Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of August 19, 2025 at 7 o'clock p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Council President. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila,
Present.
Councilman Jackson, Councilman Kalik,
Present.
Councilman Mendez, Councilman Omar,
Present.
Councilman Udin.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Mims.
Here.
Council President Mims, I'm sorry. Okay, we have 5 present at this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This evening's prayer will be rendered by myself, the Honorable Council President Dr. Lalisa Mims, followed by the flag salute led by the Honorable Shaheen Kalik. If we'll all please stand. Let us pray. God our Father, we thank you because this is a day that you have made, and so we rejoice and we are glad in it. God, we thank you from the rising of the sun to the going down of the same. Your name is worthy to be praised. God, we pray according to your scriptures on tonight, 1 Corinthians 14:10. Let everything be done decently and in order. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Flag of our country, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now have a moment of silence for all of those that have lost loved ones, and especially for our dear, beloved Madam Clerk, Jacqueline Murray, for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Council President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2025-2026. The meeting date is August 19th, 2025. It is now at 7 o'clock p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2025-2026 on or about July 1st, 2025. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2025 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Madam Clerk, consent agenda, please.
Yes. One second. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the Council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 9 through 49. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Council Vice President Davila, second by Council President Mims. Roll call on consent agenda.
1 second, please. Roll call on the consent agenda. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Payment of bills, please.
Council President.
Councilwoman Davila.
Okay, council members, you've received the summary of disbursements in the amount of $32,268,904.05. This was a payroll week. Of those $32,661,359.30 were for payroll. There was $25,507,544.75, which were computer checks. There was a big payment to the county taxes of $16,519,499.31. In addition, there was also capital fund for $3,201,103.86. Those $3 million included, River Street, Soar, Smith-Sondy, road surfacing repairs, and so forth. In addition, there was a general government for health insurance of $5,266,150.34. My motion is for payment of bills.
I second the payments of bills.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bills. Moved by Council Vice President Davila, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call.
Roll call for the payment of bills in the amount of $32,268,904.05. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. The payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Item number 50, Madam Clerk.
Item number 50 is a resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding for new building at Great Falls Youth Center between New Jersey Community Development Corporation and City of Paterson, sponsored by Council President Dr. Lalisa Mims, Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Councilman Shaheen Kalik, and Councilman Ibrahim Omar. Administration Resolution Number 25:419.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Council Vice President and President Davila and Mims, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, item number 50.
Roll call on item number 50. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Council President.
First Recreational Center, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 50 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Item number 51, Madam Clerk.
51.
Yes.
Item number 51 is a resolution honoring Assemblywoman Shavonda Sumter as a daughter of Paterson and for her years of service to Paterson and the 35th Legislative Districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila, City Council, Resolution Number 25:420.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to please make a note that it is also co-sponsored by Council President, actually sponsored by myself, Council President Mims, and Councilwoman Cotton, and co-sponsored by the rest of the remaining council.
Thank you.
My apologies for that.
No problem.
So move.
Thank you. Moved by Council Vice President Davila, second by Councilman Khalid, Council President Mims. Roll call on item number 51, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 51 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
I wanted to put something together, and I asked legal to assist Assemblywoman Shavonda Sumter, who is a daughter of the City of Paterson, someone who has served with grace, has brought so much to our city. I wanted to make sure that we documented her service. She won't be seeking re-election in November, and I thought it was important that we as a council acknowledge her. And she is a mentor. She's someone that I respect, and I'm looking forward. I know she's not leaving us. She's just leaving the assembly. So, with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Assemblywoman Sumter, you've done a great job. Your work will speak for yourself, and it's not over. God bless you. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 51 is hereby adopted.
Item number 53, Madam Clerk.
Item number 53 is a resolution authorizing calendar year 2025 emergency temporary appropriations, August 2025 finance resolution number 25:422.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Council President Mims. Roll call on item number 53, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 53 for adoption, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Omar,
Yes.
Councilman Udine,
No.
Council President.
Before I vote, I just want to put this on the record. This item is for temporary appropriations, requires 6 votes. If it does not pass, that means the employees will not get paid, and the city will be shut down for the following month. So I'm going to ask my Councilman Udine if he would reconsider. This is just an appropriation just to cover the bills to ensure that the employees get paid.
Thank you, Council President, for giving the chance, but again, it was not in the workshop session, but Paterson is waiting for budget introduction, which is delaying, and I believe this appropriation is going to push us to increase the taxes, and I feel that this is not right to how many appropriations we need. I think this is the 3rd or 4th one. So with the conscious, with the knowledge, I'm voting negative on it. So thank you, Council President, for the opportunity. I'm still vote no, yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, the votes are 5 in favor.
I didn't vote yet.
I'm
So-
sorry, Council President.
So let me be clear. The introduced budget will be before this council in September. We have been working diligently behind the scenes in finance with our business administrator to get this done. And so, as it's stated to the public, we're meeting with the auditor this Friday just to go over, trying to ensure when the budget was introduced, it was at 5.6. We are below that at this point, and we're trying to make sure it's at a place where we can come back to the council where we can secure the votes. But I want to be clear to the public, those that are supporting it on tonight are supporting the employees to get paid, and if it does not pass, the employees will not get paid, and will not be as a result of a yes vote. So, Madam. So I'm just asking one more time, Councilman Udine, just for the sake of the employees, introduced budget will come before in September. This is just to ensure employees get paid. And it's not going to put, let me say this will not push the budget further out. If there is no introduced budget, you have to fill the gap so the money could come from somewhere. Our employees are working hard every day, and I don't want anyone to be upset that a council person did not support the fact that they need to get paid. So I'm just asking, just out of respect and for our employees, just if you would reconsider your vote one last time.
So you need 6 votes for this, am I
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
All right, before this, I have, if I move forward, I have question to BA. BA, I have a question. So when are you planning to introduce the budget?
So we're in the middle of roll call, so they cannot
Yes.
answer, but I will as a council
Then
president.
I would,
As
without getting the answer, I cannot really change my mind.
Okay, no problem. Madam Clerk, can we take Councilman Velez's vote? Councilman Velez, we are voting on the temporary appropriations. As you know, this reflects 2%, not 5.6. It requires 6 votes. We are in roll call, and we need one more vote for this to pass to pay our employees. Madam Clerk, can you continue with roll call with Councilman Velez?
Councilman Velez.
So I received a text from the mayor of this city saying that he cannot speak to a criminal that is indicted or is in the process of through legal situations in the city of Paterson. He referring to me because I just got and he don't have no communication with me, and he don't want to deal with government. So I know this is important, but the appropriation means a lot for me.
So we know what's in there. That's why
in and put it up as well.
So what are you planning to introduce? It's the first thing you.
That sounds good.
Right now, we're planning to introduce more, but they're asking.
The appropriation means a lot for me.
We're hoping to get that.
I didn't got here to have the luxury to ask question if
Look,
this
see, if I respect you and I'm
represent
gonna
a
move forward
tax
with this.
increase with this appropriation. I know they are wasting, or they are using based on the budget that they're going to introduce, but it's 2%.
Yeah.
I don't feel comfortable in 2% into this administration represent a real and responsible budget to the city of Paterson. So my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Udine, Councilman Udine wants to reconsider his vote?
Council President, so again, I respect all the opinions of my council colleagues, both voting positive and negative ways. But here's the frustration that I need to straight it clear, that when budget introduction failed 3 times, right? Twice. And we did appropriation multiple times. I think this is the 4th time. Am I correct, CFO? This is the wrong time. I understand they're asking question, but changing your mind and moving forward like this is a totally knowingly crime to me. That's exactly what I'm stating. But here, since it comes to the point that where employees needs to get paid, all the services needs to be continued, these are important. That's very true. But a responsible administration has to be timely manner, advanced, cannot come the last minute and push us to approve something. Recently, Paterson went through a crisis, and that was really sudden crisis, that's why we all suffer together. But the crisis, silent crises are there for Patersonians. Silently, we all are in crisis in many ways. So I feel that this administration has to be more pre-planned, has to have a short-term and long-term goal. What do we have for the future or not? So CFO, I appreciate that you came here and spoke to me on the back, and with that respect and considering the current situation, I'd move forward. But with that condition that if it comes, again, another appropriation, I would not just vote negative, I'll bring the community against here in the council chamber to speak about it. Because people are, I'm sorry. So this is very important. So CFO, with that a condition, I'm changing my vote. But again, the next meeting, we'd like to see the introduction and clear what we are planning for the future. With that being said, I'm changing my vote to yes.
Thank you. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Item number 53 is hereby adopted.
Item 52, Madam Clerk. No, item 56, Madam Clerk. Item 56.
Item number 56 is resolution acknowledging contents and effects of memorandum of understanding between the State of New Jersey and the City of Paterson for transitional aid in the CY 2025, including any applicable supplements. Finance Resolution number 25:425.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Council President Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Discussion.
Councilman Velez.
Through the chair, administration, Mr. BA, can you highlight us in this memorandum understanding, anything have changed? Anything new on here that we should be aware? Any,
Mr. BA?
anything that it will change the service between the city employees, any contract, any change?
Yeah,
Mr. BA?
Council President, through you, Councilman. So if you look at the addendum, the last few pages, it's a 37-page document. It'll break down all of the changes that are significant to what you're used to.
What page is that?
It should be 36 or 37. I think it's 2 pages on the back end.
Page 36 and 37.
It's not there?
It was also sent home in the home packet for the workshop, and it was also on our desk last week.
Can you highlight, can you read on the record what's the changes? Oh, what is new there? Well, I can't see the page. I got up to 31. I believe is the administration had to answer my questions, though. 37, you say, 30, I have only 33. What was that, Councilman? Oh, 1 and 2?
1 and 2.
You said 36, but it's 1 and 2.
I knew it was
So
somewhere.
it's backwards. So we cannot use a use surplus in this MOU?
No.
If we have any surplus, we cannot use it to balance the budget?
No, that is
BA.
correct. We cannot.
How much are we expecting to receive if this memorandum of understanding goes today? How much substitutional aid we already
It's
awarded?
29,700,000.
29 million? And that will keep us in on a whole of what? To balance our budget?
So we'd be looking at around a 4% increase right now.
4%? And this appropriation that we just passed represent that 4% at the end of the year,
No.
of the budget,
No,
on 2025?
correct.
So we spending and we appropriating money based on this budget 2025?
Right? Yeah. Okay. On top of that, we are also still working with the state to get additional money. As the council president had stated earlier, we have a meeting with our auditors to make sure that we're adjusting any revenues that need to be adjusted, any balancing that we can do to make it better.
Have the state have communicated with you, with the administration, if they have that wish list to fulfill from you guys?
I haven't had the direct conversation, but I know that there has been conversations.
But still you looking to 4%?
As of right now, we are looking at around 4%.
So you spending the 2025 budget, at the end of December, we probably wasted, and it's going to be based on the 4% in tax increase. Even at the end, when we approve this budget, the end is going to be 4% tax increase. So all this 2% that they're talking about is now. But at the end of the calendar year, fiscal year, and we're just going to do the adopted budget is going to be represented in 4% tax increase. That's correct?
As of right now, yes.
Thank you.
Council President?
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Council President.
Councilman Oden?
Thank you, Council President. Additional question was, Councilman Velez was asking question that we are looking forward to minimum increase, which is 2%. So are you thinking that you can keep 2%, or you're thinking it's going to be 4%? I'm not sure what is the exact plan, introduction and real budget. Can you be clear on this? That we'll see. What's your plan at this point? I mean, do you think you can keep 2%, some percentage higher, or lower?
Right now, I don't want...
Mr. B.A.
Yeah, sorry, Council President, through you. Councilman, I don't want to speculate 100% until we've met with our auditors and we've gotten through the financial professionals to make sure that we want to make this as tight as we possibly can. So I'll have a better idea after the end of this week.
Yeah, but I mean, do whatever you need to do. That's very true. We need to vote on whatever we feel is right for our people. But when we're thinking about people, we all have to think exactly the same way. Think about the financial burden on our families at this point. I'm not saying what's going to be impact or not, but minimum 2% every year because of the transitional aid that we're receiving, that's already too much for our people. On top of this, Paterson Public Schools is last 2 years, they increased on their budget as well. So I think we have to keep that in our head. When you're thinking about or speaking about unhoused people in the city of Paterson and this and that, trust me, with that budget introduction, and if you think about 4% hike, then just know this, those people are still under the roof. We are going to push them out from their house, and they will be on the street one day. So we have to consider that as well. So people, not only unhoused people, there are different category of people. There are some people under the roof, but they're in a certain situation that any time for any hike can push them out of on the street. So please keep that in head when you plan for it. And I think that our council body is also going to consider when they will vote for certain items. Because just know this, Paterson is in crisis. Everyone is suffering. Because when you're thinking about the mortgage people are paying or rents people are paying, it's comparatively, our neighbor towns, we are paying similar amount and not receiving the exact service that the other municipalities are getting. So this is very truth. It's not really whether we mention or not. This is the everyday experience of the people. So please, when you come up with the budget, if you need to sit down before come to the council, I think you need to do so. Otherwise, I see that it's going to fail one more time. So thank you.
Thank you. So,
Council President.
1 second, Councilman Jackson's next, but let me say this before, right before Councilman Jackson speaks. So I just want the community to be clear, right? Those are great points that are taking. For over 30 years, we've been on transitional aid. So every year, because we get aid from the state to fill our gap, we have to read and acknowledge that we received the information that goes with the money that they received. They sent us $29.7 million. It's called the Memorandum of Understanding. This item is only saying that we received it, that we as a council member have received it. That's what this item is showing. I also want to put in conversation as well, which wasn't stated, that our state legislators are Senator Poe, Assemblyman Wimberly, and Assemblywoman Shavonda Sumpton, Assemblyman Abdelaziz. They're working on supplemental transitional aid to fill some of that $4.4 million gap or $4 million gap that we have. So we have a meeting on Friday with audit. We want to thank our legislators that they have found some. We don't know the exact dollar amount, which will help us close the gap. But before we can get those dollars, we have to approve this item that says that we received it. We're in receipt of the MOU, which is something we've done for the last 30 years. So this is not anything that says we're approving 5%, 6%. That's not this item. In September, as we know previously, it came to us for 5.6. If that would have been approved, we would not need to do any appropriations. But because, including myself, we felt like 5% was a little bit high, we didn't approve it, so you have to fill the gap with appropriations. So that's why we're here. But in September, we will be reintroducing the budget once again, and prayerfully it will be supported so that we can move forward and we won't need appropriations. But this item is only to say that we acknowledge that we are under an MOU, we're receiving transitional aid from the state, and we've received $29.7 million. Councilman Jackson, Councilwoman Davila, and then Councilman Velez.
I'm sorry, Council President, you said we received, did you just say 29.7? What did you say? 29, okay. So with all due respect to previous council members that have spoken, yes, we have been on transitional aid for 30 plus years, but that has absolutely nothing to do with the irresponsible budgeting that we've done. In the past, when I started our budget, our overall municipal budget was $225 million. Now we're $100 million more at over $300 plus million. Last year we requested $25 million in TA. This year we requested $33 million in TA. And this mayor has gotten more money than any other mayor in the history of Paterson. The COVID money that the BA still has failed to give me a report on. And let me just say this, Councilman Udine, I don't have a clue what you was mumbling and just rambling about. But how irresponsible it is you telling him, please do this, please do that. You just changed the vote. I'm watching as I'm walking up. You just changed your vote irresponsibly without rationale behind it, no reasoning. You come here to act like you want to hold them accountable, and then they put you in a chokehold, and you automatically flip your vote. So what are we talking about here? Like, you know, in the past, you had responsible legislators. You had Ken Morris sit here, Bill McCoy would sit here, be responsible, pluck things off of the budget, line by item, line by line, reduce items on line items on the budget. You haven't seen any of that yet. The Finance Committee comes out and just basically reiterates everything that they tell them in the back room. But they go back there to prepare the story to come out here and tell us about. But yet there's no responsible reporting. You think the mayor is making sure that all his cohorts make money to support his campaign while he's campaigning in other towns while we have water crises going on. While he's taking shots at the senator and has his talking about how the senator took trips to Israel, him and his wife was on boats in Turkey with the owner of Taskin Bakery. But yet and still, all you guys sitting here acting like you want to try to be responsible, and this guy sitting here has not done one responsible thing with regard to this budget. We should have had a budget hearing. We should have had a table set up right there with the BA presenting to us what is going to be the impact, and then we make decisions on where we're cutting. But we can't do that now because every single week we approve the payment of bills without a question. I'm the only one voting no on it, and then everybody said, well, we've been on TA for 30 years. Why does anybody new even try to run for council? You always talking about, well, I'm going to do this when I get there. Then you get here and say, we've been doing this for 30 years. We ain't got no choice. We got to keep doing it longer. It's ridiculous. It's backwards. While the mayor's out promoting $6,000 garbage cans, and we have the streets as dirty as they possibly could be. As dirty as they possibly could be. The crime rate is ridiculously high, right? And then the debacle that went on with the Water Commission, now all of a sudden they could replace all the lines that went bad over there. But where's the mayor's appointees at the Water Commission, and how are they being responsible to the conditions of this community? Oh, I forgot. We just want to see how many developers we could bring in before he gets out of here so they could continue to fund his campaign, overcrowd the city, and continuously allowing the tow company. How many of you were here a few weeks ago when the Corporation Council read off that it was illegal? The tow company's still charging people for 2 days. Still. And then they're confiscating vehicles without even police officers writing the tickets. And that is illegal. But they consistently break the law. But who are they targeting? They're targeting the residents. While landlords just continue on with their rogue activity. Mr. Director Rodriguez, Corporation Council, I'm going to have an address for you. There was a woman that was here a few months ago. Her house was burned in an electrical fire. She was illegally evicted. They threw all her things in the garbage, which they should not have done. Now the house is re-rented. Director, I see you there. The house is re-rented with no CO, no permits. While you're here, I'm going to make the address public because when are we going to have any kind of accountability? Obviously, this council doesn't want to do it. And whatever Udine did today is just an example of it. They forgot to talk to him before he didn't get the memo before he came out. Because now, you know, they gotta flip him on the skillet hot. Like he got caught in it, and I'm not letting you get away with that. Because that right there is the reason why this community is in the condition it's in. People sit there, act like they have your best interests in mind, and they don't. They don't. They flip them on the spot, just like he started bubbling, just like a pancake. Turn him over, he's easy to flip. Listen, community, pay attention. You're going to continue to get what you've been getting for 30 years if you sit here and listen to this rhetoric. There is no way we should be approving the spending of what's going on right here. No way. This mayor should be right there. He should be at that seat begging the council to help him find ways to balance this budget. Everybody said his friends in Trenton. Oh, they let his ass down now. Now what is he doing? He's campaigning. He's too busy to come here. He's campaigning. Then I'm going to say this last thing, because this freaking guy got the nerve to disrespect people. He shows up to Madam Clerk's funeral just to talk on the mic, then got his ass right back on the road. If that isn't disrespectful, I'm telling you, man, it's taking a lot for me to keep my composure, because this guy has no clue. Like, if you're too busy, then don't even come. It's bad enough you mistreated her when she was here, Because even when he was a council person trying to oust her, when she was putting in the job for the clerk, he along with others gave her the hardest time and continued to give her the hardest time. And Councilman Davis talked about it here because she was very vocal about how she was treated. Then you got the nerve to show up with the same old story, how she was your student, the disrespect. And just for a point of clarity, I definitely, because I make sure I'm very respectful. I try to be respectful. People don't actually acknowledge that. But I definitely spoke to the family before I take it upon myself to just bring this up. And trust me, I got the green light because they were not happy about how their family member was treated. So while we're sitting here pontificating and acting, this is acting class 101. This is why everybody's watching it, because this is this more than a reality show. This is acting class 101. They come here, act like they're gonna do something, and look what he does. He's a coward down there. He ain't standing up for the community, man. You just sitting here grandstanding and doing the service only to yourself. So I'm ready to, whatever you know what my vote's gonna be. Let's get it together.
Councilwoman Davila, and then Councilman Velez.
So, community, item number 56 is a resolution acknowledging the contents and the effects of the memorandum of understanding between the state of New Jersey and the city of Paterson for transitional aid in CY 2025, including any applicable supplements. We have an MOU that we've had for years, and there's certain things that we need to be in compliance. We're not. This addendum is exactly that. Reading it and acknowledging that you've read it and that you understand what's on it. That's all that it is. So, in my responsibility, I know that because we receive transitional aid, we must abide. Because what's the point of having this council if we can't abide? So the Division of Local, Government Services, they could just come and say, we're going to take over. Okay, and so we have a responsibility, and it is unfortunate, okay, that there are some that do not understand governance, that do not understand, because we must abide by this MOU. If not, we don't get that transitional aid. And it is obvious that we can't go to the taxpayers. We already, by MOU, have to do a minimum of a 2% tax levy. We know that it's not enough. So then how do we do it? You don't want to increase fees on anything. I mean, I just don't, I honestly, sometimes when I hear some stuff, it all sounds good. And for someone that really doesn't understand this, then yes, we're doing something wrong. But I'm going to say this, Council President, I am ready to vote. I understand. I've gone to the state, I've sat down with DCA, and, everyone has their right. Everyone has their right, their reasonings, how they vote. That's okay. I'm ready to do what's right, Council President. Thank you very much.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Oh, and in addition, I just wanted to say, this is specific to fund balance, capital, sewer operations, that it says the city is currently not in compliance with the requirements from the CY 2024 MOU and previous MOUs. So this is stating all the things that we have not done, and some of them that we have. Even with the police department, Uniform Construction Code, UCC, the budget, services assessment, the clerk's office, it talks about everything, and it is just saying, acknowledge that you received this document and that you've read it.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Thank you. In this part, I'm not going to use the word we because I'm not the administration. So if the administration have failed in the previous MOU, it's not our fault. It's their fault. So, for example, and that's what the point I was going to speak now, and let's be clear, we need to put this on the record. Staffing requirement, the city had currently not compliance with the requirement from the calendar year 2024 MOU to maintain properly appointed personnel in statutory position, failed to comply by September 30th. That means from now to September 30, 2025, may result in reduction or withholding of all or part of any awarded TA. That's one. There's one specific here. Uniform Construction Code, UCC office fees. By September 30, 2025, the city must increase the UCC fees via ordinance to the minimum model fee schedule as provided by NJDCA, Division of Code Standards. Failure to comply by the date that I just mentioned, September 30, 2025, will result in reduction of $1 million of the current year 2025 TA already awarded. So you're talking 29, it will reduce it to 28 if you don't get it ready by September 30, 25. There's another one that is talking about reduction that will keep us, if we don't do it, it will eliminate $2 million from the current year 2025 TA award, which is in equivalent of the state-funded incentive that assists in Paterson creating whatever is the sewer operation. And that's why when I was looking for the pages that highlight this new MOU, and I was looking for that page 31 or whatever, and of course they put the 1 and 2 pages at the end, so it make it difficult to you look at it right away and go backwards. So yes, in the past 2024, since 2026, I've been sitting here, I've been approving this memorandum of understanding, and the reason I'm asking why it had been changed is something changed that put us against the wall. Yes, the administration, and we read the memorandum of understanding, but they're not complying. So if we see any reduction in the TA they gave us, it's not us. It's the administration that is not fulfilling the wishes of the state. You know, I just want to bring that up to the audience because, all right, the title says that we acknowledge that we received the MOU, that we read it, but they don't want to go deep in where this administration is failing to comply with the money that they give us. I don't know if the BA, I don't know if the BA is going to have a report saying, or the CFO saying for the next meeting, hey, we comply before September 30th with all the MOU, we're not going to get penalized or any money is going to be retained because we have fulfilled what they are looking for as this administration moving forward.
Thank you, Councilman.
And making sure they are responsible, fiscal responsible. I just want to say, and the last but not least, just remember the words that the administration just said. At the end of the year, when we adopted the budget, they're going to come with a straight 4% tax increase.
Thank you, Councilman.
If they get sufficient vote to pass that budget.
Thank you, Councilman.
We getting penalized anyway, $25 a day for this.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll
Council
call.
President,
Councilman Jackson.
one last moment before we vote. So, within the memorandum of the MOU, it states in item J, it talks about restrictions to tax exemptions, right? And basically, and I just want, listen, I'm aware of where everyone's going to do and how this vote is going to go. Whenever I speak, it's more or less just to educate the public more further on the things that's taking place, right? Like Councilman, I don't know what he was talking about down there about, you know, it's sad when you have council members in the street and they're hanging off the back of garbage trucks, talking about boots on the ground, not understanding their role, the true role, because when it comes to responsible budgeting, it is the council's responsibility. So to say that if the administration fails at meeting the requirements of the MOU, and it's their fault, not ours, that's just a cop-out. Much like this guy right here last week was saying how the city does not own the Water Commission. We don't even understand our role. We don't understand the things that we're responsible for. If you don't understand what you're responsible for, then how are you going to be responsible for it? So our form of government is Faulkner Act D. That means equal powers. It means council strong, administration strong. If you did not have the council collaborating so heavily with the mayor, then it wouldn't be such an imbalance in what's going on here. But when you have council members who show up at every ribbon cutting and every photo op with the mayor, but now they're mad at him because they got caught on video doing something inappropriate, now they're just directing all of their hate and disdain at the mayor. You voted yes on every single item that came through here before. Now all of a sudden you want to point your finger and blame it on the mayor. No, it's the council's responsibility to be fiscally responsible to the residents. And if there's a disconnect in that, it's because council members that are here, either one or two things: either they're complicit, meaning they're involved, or they're incompetent. And in my opinion, it's a combination of both. But you know, the level of incompetency here and the reason why this city is failing is right in front of us. This is an agreement. It's not something that says, wait a minute, we give you money, so you gotta vote yes, as Councilman was saying. No, this is an agreement, meaning that we sit down and agree to terms. I'll give you $100, but these are the things I need you to do. No, I'll take $90 and I can't do this, this, and this. We have never even been a part of these negotiations because the DCA has conversations with, you know, maybe one or two council members, but they're already the mayor's rubber stamp anyway. So when you see this agreement, this is probably the biggest this MOU has ever been, because now the state is coming forward and saying, listen, you guys are so irresponsible. You have more employees suing you. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how we got to come together. You guys all got to leave so we can sit here and vote on these secret ballots that when somebody's suing us because something that was done inappropriately, and instead of holding the mayor accountable and the corporation council accountable for it, oh, no, yeah, we just going to settle those things quietly behind closed doors. But all of that's counting against all of the money that we're losing. Anyway, I know it's going on deaf ears on this side. I'm just hoping that you guys are hearing me and understanding what is the problem. These people that are being responsible for $300 million budgeting have no clue on what they're doing, and it's part of the reason why we are where we are. So I'm ready to move forward, Council President. Let's go.
Thank you, Councilman. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 56 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm just going to be really quick, but in this MOU, there's a lot of stipulation in here of stuff that has not been done, and it hasn't been done by city council members either. And this is in there too. A lot of us sitting up here has not done what we should have done either. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila.
You are 100% correct, Councilwoman Cotton. When we talk about things that, and we're referring to the administration, in this MOU, it is specific, certain items are specific to the council and council's action. With that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. No, you're wrong. That's totally wrong. Every item that we vote on, every single item, there's nothing, the mayor does not have the power, the ability to do nothing without council approval. Nothing. Nothing. Every single item that comes through here requires council approval. And if the council was saying, no, we're not letting you do that, then guess what? That wouldn't happen. So to talk about being responsible, the mayor appoints 3 commissioners to the Water Commission Board. Where's the audits? Where's the spending reports? Where's the reports on maintenance? We don't, I don't know, let's see what they give us. You can't sit here and act like you're not at fault. And I'll just say this last thing. I mean, listen, I'm trying my best, but it's tough. So I'm volunteering again at Kennedy High School. I'm working with the quarterbacks. I got a good young Dominican quarterback too. It's my first time seeing a Dominican quarterback at Kennedy, and this kid is pretty tough. So I had an opportunity after a very long time to go into the trailer park, of which I'm going to post it again on my page this week. Certain council, the council guy on the end, this is going to beautify the neighborhood. I sat here and begged these people. I begged them, $1.5 million, please, this is not what we need. A trailer, and still to this day, it's trash. It's sitting there doing nothing for our community. $1 million. I could give you 1,000 of those examples, 1,000 of them, that the council sets as the, and the mayor was then a council person. I'll post a video and you can see all their votes. I believe it might have been one of the no vote during that time. But I'm saying, like, this thing has a 7-foot ceiling. How you gonna play anything in there? No, you can't. Joe, I want you to come see it this week, man. I mean, it's horrible. $1.4 million, and every single one of them went down the line and talk about how fantastic it was. And he's like, oh, it's gonna beautify. If you don't like it, I wish it was in the 5th ward. Who cares what ward is in? It's still our money being wasted, spent irresponsibly. So it's the decisions that we're making that's killing the city. And then you're trying to justify your wrongdoing. Just say you don't know. And then somebody else could possibly, I'm sure somebody in the audience could come give us better recommendations what to do. But no, we're making excuses on why we're failing. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are voting for the MOU to receive the transitional aid. I totally agree that a city totally depending on transitional aid for the last many years is not a strong administration. I completely understand that. And I think we should have planned that how can we not just depend on transitional aid in the future. So we have to have better future plan. But since last many years we're using it, and this year our budget is also depending on the transitional aid. So I think it is important to move forward. So with that being said, my vote is positive. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
So this is the book of instruction between administration and the city and the state. The only one that we haven't complied is to increase the fees for construction code, UCC office fees. So, and I believe that's in the agenda today. But the thing is that if the state knows that we increase fees and all that stuff, but we don't see revenue coming back, I don't know what the administration is doing with the money, you know. So this is something that administration have to come forward to correct the 5-year plan or whatever they have to do. And it's a memorandum of understanding what the administration is doing right, what the administration is not doing right. And in this case, it's only one line item, is the increase of fees of the UCC. So saying that is a memorandum of understanding, not acknowledging, and the title say that we read it and we went over it, and the administration is aware of what to correct, not to correct into the function of this administration. Pointing out fingers, and once again, if I'm going to look at pointing out fingers at things that we have proved in the past, look at the picture before, look what it's now, and who's taking advantage of that trailer in the 1st ward that was approved in that time. There was a building there dedicated, it was bad. I believe Jumpstart used it for a while. Other agencies have used it for a while, and other kids have been using that building as of today. So going back and forth and pointing finger, I don't know, mentioning the guy at the end, I don't know if they work with this. You guys work with this? No? So I believe not. So moving forward, my vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Council President.
It's not rocket science. You vote yes, you get the 29.7 million. You vote no, you don't get it. That's all this is saying. We need that money to fill this gap, or we're going to have to increase the taxpayers by a huge amount. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Item number 56 is hereby adopted.
Item number 54, Madam Clerk.
54.
Item number 54 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to United Ford LLC for the purchase and delivery of 2 2025 K8A7 police interceptors. Interceptor Utility AWD under TIPS, contract number 240901 for the Department of Public Works, Resolution number 25:423.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila.
Second.
Second by
Second.
Councilman Velez
Udine.
and Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 54 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 54 is hereby adopted.
Item number 55, Madam Clerk.
Council President,
Councilwoman Cotton.
you know, when I came in, I forgot to tell you that when I was in the office this afternoon, Councilman Mendez had called
Yes.
that he could not,
Yes.
he could get a flight back out.
Yes, we're aware.
I just want to say I answered the phone when he did call. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Item 55, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Item number 55 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to White and Sugar, Inc. for the purchase and delivery of electrical supplies, bid number 25.32 for the Facilities Division of the Department of Public Works, Resolution number 25:424.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item 55.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
Can we get some details behind what this expenditure is for, please?
DPW for item number 55.
Yeah, Councilman.
Just give a brief overview. He's asking what is the
I
item.
didn't hear his question, I'm sorry.
He's
I'm
asking
trying
what
to
is-
find out what this expenditure is for. I know we went a few months here in City Hall without air for a moment. I know White and Sugar, are they the supply house we utilize to purchase the equipment for? It just has, it
This is
doesn't have.
where we get our electrical outlets, wires for like ordinary fixes, day-to-day work in the city. This is not where we bought the air conditioner unit for this building.
So we spent $103,000 on electrical boxes?
More than that, it's anything from air conditioner, small window air conditioner to rails of wire, anything big fix that we have to do in-house or our vendor has to do, they'll go purchase the stuff from our supplier and do the job.
So when you say our vendor, which vendor are you referring to?
Our electrical vendor,
So our
our
electrical
contractor,
vendor.
yes, J&J. Right now, they're J&J.
So they get awarded a contract,
Yeah.
and then where the materials are not included in that
On
award?
certain projects, it's just if whoever gets it at that rate cheaper, we'll go with that. If we get it cheaper at our vendor, for our guys, we'll buy the supply and they'll just charge us the labor.
Okay, so, I mean, are we not matching up $142,000? I mean, listen, an electrical box, a receptacle box costs at most $4, $5.
Well, you're talking about wiring up, let's say, a generator. Let's say if this building's generator goes out, we have to get.
But how many times have we done that? And which building,
Last year,
which building did the generator went out?
No, this is 2 years. This is a 2-year contract.
No, I get it's 2 years, but the
Yeah.
1 year is $100,000 and plus. The other year is 92, what is it? Year one is 70,
Yeah.
and, no, I'm sorry, that's White and Sugar. U.S. Electrical Service,
The second bidder was $55,000 more.
92,000 1 year, 103,000 the second year. I'm just trying to have a better idea, like, what is this money for? We're spending, I want to see an itemized list
Okay.
of what we spent $69,000 at electricals. Now, I get it if we're buying units, rooftop units, condenser units for buildings such, this size, but if this is just for like miscellaneous parts,
It's both. It's miscellaneous, Councilman, and it's major renovations. We do have multiple buildings in the city.
Like what? Give me an example of a major renovation.
Let's say the complex, with something that they're doing in the complex right now, or the health department, what they're doing, the units they bought on the.
Yeah, but we approved that on a separate item. We approved those repairs that's being done for the,
It's not all of it. Now, some of it is through J&J Electric, and they're utilizing some
all
of
right,
this
but
contract.
that's something that we should have a detailed discussion about, because if we have a contract for someone to do work that is rightfully so, should include labor and materials and vendor profitability, and then we're turning right back around and then supplying them with
Well,
the material.
And it's only on certain jobs, Councilman. The other stuff is for our guys to also do work, installing air conditioners, stuff like that. I'm not the electrician. I could get you a detailed description on what the money was spent on, where it went, what building it went in, what room it went in. We get you all that for the past contract. That's not a problem.
Yeah, I want to see a detailed list of these expenditures right here, Mr. Savalas. I want to know what buildings, what year, what month, who did the job, if it was outsourced to an outside contractor. Are we taking notes, Mr. BA? Because, I mean, you haven't provided me nothing yet. So, Madam Clerk, are we also taking, well, I'll go back and double up on the videos to make sure I send it in writing. But I want to have detailed expenditure reports on how many receptacles, how many light switches, what cable we purchased, how many rolls we purchased of what, whether it was 12-2, 12-4, 14, whatever it was we purchased, and if there's in the remaining inventory of these supplies, and then how are we keeping track of utilization of inventory?
Okay.
Because this is a bit much for the work that I see. Like I'm not really aware of this level of work being done locally. I know most of the time when this kind of work is being done, we're outsourcing it to someone else. So, I mean, listen, I know you guys are going to move this forward anyway. I don't feel comfortable with voting on this, considering what we just did and how we're talking about being stringent on approving of expenses. Here's just another example of where we need to tighten up the belt and actually, get some reports from the administration, as opposed to just, and mind you, Director, this is no shade on you. I know you handle your responsibilities whenever I request them. I can't say anything about the gentleman to your left, but I need to have this. I need to understand what kind of, expenses that we're just taking on without being accountable to it.
Definitely have that report for you. Try to have it for you by Friday. Close the business.
Thank you, Councilman. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 55.
Roll call on item number 55, Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
So again, this is absolutely no shade on the director from DPW and or the work that the members of DPW do. This right here is strictly, solely, finger being pointed at the BA, the former BA, the current mayor, for not being accountable to expenses. And I know this is unrelated, but while we're in roll call on this, just another example how we continue to move these items forward. I'm curious, Mr. BA, if you can give us an answer today or send a report. I'm wondering why are we, after we lost the litigation with the fire department, and why is the city now holding out for their 2% increase that they have, forcing them back to litigation, and then forcing us to take on these unnecessary legal expenses, instead of just making sure, like when you guys dropped the ball that past week and we had no water, it was the fire department that was on the ready Because God forbid, had we had a fire, we had to have, tankers placed at different areas. We had to call on other departments, which is also gonna, I want to know the expenditures for that. Because I want to make sure the Passaic Valley Water Commission is taking on all the expenses for those outside agencies, all the overtime that we had to pay for, fire, and all those things. And I'm expecting an answer from you sometime today, Mr. BA. Why are we holding out when the fire department, when we already lost this in litigation, that through the state, it was already granted, and rightfully so, everyone is entitled to a 2%. You guys are getting 2%. Everyone in the administration is getting 2%. Why are we doing this with the fire department, which we know we're going to lose? I know the mayor he doesn't care because he only has 9 months left, but we're going to lose. It's going to cost the taxpayers more dollars, and, I'm hoping we can get an answer on that. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Omar.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes? Okay, thank you. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
It's a contract for 3 years. If you look at the city private development, they have been put on hold because the prices of product have risen. So what do you expect? They give us one thing for 1 penny, so it's going to go high. Every year's material is going to go high. So, and I know DPW is real diligent in what they order and what they invest in our city. So this is not an old contract. It's a contract that we always have with them. So, and also they are from Paterson. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Item number 55 is hereby adopted.
Item number 8, Madam Clerk.
Item number 8 is a resolution authorizing the rejection of low bidder and authorizing the award of contract to the second low bidder, Absolute Fire Protection Company, Inc., for the purchase and delivery of 100 aerial ladder truck, bid number 25.25 for the fire department. Fire resolution number 25:377.
So move.
Second. Moved by Councilwoman Davila and Velez, second by Council President Mims. Public hearing is required.
Public hearing is required, yes.
Seeing no one, move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call to close the public portion of item number 8, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 8. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik? Yes. Councilman Omar? Yes. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes.
The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent.
Roll call on number 8. Roll call on item number 8.
Council President.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you. I just want to, it was questioned when we had our committee meeting regarding when you put a resolution together to reject a bid. Normally, if you don't go with the lowest bidder then can file a complaint, file some kind of grievance. That was brought out, that they did file, but then they dropped their filing.
And they did not show up. They're not here tonight, so they're not appealing it.
They're not appealing, so that's why we can vote on rejecting the lowest
Yes.
bidder. Thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry.
Councilman
I
Jackson.
didn't quite get that. So,
Okay, let him talk it. Please.
can one of the gentlemen, please?
Open a discussion.
Good evening, Councilmember.
Good evening.
For the purchasing laws, when the second low bidder is going to receive the contract, it has process for this. Part of the process is that we send the information to the bidders who participated. Regular mail, UPS next day, an email for them to be aware of the decision making. Along with that, it's the same information that everybody received or other reason why the fire department decided to go with the second low bidder.
Can you explain the reason why?
They were attached to the resolution, but
Yeah, please, Chief.
Good evening, Council. The fire department had a committee that was put together to research fire apparatus for the city of Paterson, specifically a new ladder truck. After careful research and consideration from multiple apparatus manufacturers, the decision was made to go with Absolute, who happened to be the second lowest bidder. The committee felt, after reviewing the bid from the lowest bidder, that they did not meet all the requirements that we asked of them when we put our package together. And just on a side note, this is not being paid for by any taxpayer money. This is coming from community development block grant funding.
So for a point of clarity, I don't want to have to correct you this way. Community development block grant money is taxpayers' money. That is money that's provided as a grant to the city of Paterson from tax dollars that can be utilized for a plethora of different things. So this is one of those things, but it could be utilized for something else as well. Not to say that you're right. I understand it's not coming from the tax levy, but it is taxpayers' dollars, and it is our responsibility to be responsible with that spending. The reason I'm pointing this out to you, and I'm asking you what brought you to this decision, is because this council, and it has nothing to do with you, I'm appreciative of you guys being responsible and making sure that the bid that you approved was the bid that fit most suitably to the requirements that you guys will be most comfortable with. And I'm only utilizing this again. You have to take the education along with everybody else. I apologize. But in the past, when we had Mr. Wells here, those of you who remember, when he was the second lowest bidder for the clean streets situation, and the first bidder was double the price of where he was, and everybody in this council kept sitting here saying, we can't do that. It's procurement. We're seeing the fire department act responsibly and turn down the lowest bidder, go with the next bidder, which is actually higher, but to be responsible to the criteria of what they're seeking. Just wanted to make that point. I appreciate you for helping me do that. I'm ready to move forward.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President, before they
Councilman
leave,
Velez.
Fire, I believe you stated that the first bidder was not in compliance.
Correct.
That's why we're moving forward to the second one.
Okay.
What experienced in the past is no match, whatever it's saying here. Thank you, Council President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The public hearing is closed. I'm sorry I didn't say that.
no, we're-
Roll call on item number 8 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims. Council President Mims.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 8 is hereby
Good job, Harry.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Have a good evening.
So we're going to go to item number 1 and 2, Madam Clerk, on first reading. But I do want to acknowledge that our Passaic County Laborers Union, they are present on tonight. Previously, this council passed private labor agreements in the past where we had big projects that were happening in the city of Paterson. They were not utilizing Paterson workers first. So we put in place a private labor agreement through this council, which was approved to ensure that happened. On tonight, earlier tonight, we approved direct hire agreements that is specifically outlined to make sure that Paterson certified residents that are certified in different areas, whether it's construction, electrician, plumbing, heating, all those things, was approved. So that was approved earlier tonight, and I wanted to thank the laborers for coming in. I know they're still here. Thank you so much for all the work you're doing. The president's here and the entire team. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, item number 1, please.
Item number 1 is the first reading ordinance, no public hearing required. Ordinance amending Paterson Code, Chapter 5, Section 52, Purchasing Division, Purchasing Agent as head, general duties to delegate authority to award window contracts to city's qualified purchasing agent, administration.
Can I get a motion? Moved by Council President Mims, second. Second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Discussion, Councilman Jackson. Did Mr. Savalas just leave? Yes. So this item, it might be best to get him because it's pertaining to our purchasing agent. This item is to give him the opportunity when it comes to these contracts, and it is listed in the resolution item 1, and you can further go into it, BA, but our purchasing agent, a lot of times when it comes to trying to do this contract work, the threshold is very small and limited, so is it being increased by, I think, 10,000. Yeah. So it's on item number 1, but if you want to go into it.
No,
even
I
further.
understand what it's saying, but I'm trying to understand, is this a specific project that we're looking to fill? We've been doing this quite often. We're giving what's being classified as the purchasing agent the go-ahead, but what it's really turning into is this: the mayor able to circumvent the procurement process. And the procurement process requires that it has council oversight. And if the council, Brother Farrar, I'm gonna need you to chime in on this. If the council is consistently raising the threshold and giving the allowance of the administration to move forward without our oversight, it just points to the same thing that I just talked about a little while ago. So I know what the language says. I know what the agreement is about, but is there a specific project that we're looking to do? What is the reason that they feel it necessary not to bring items to the council? Is it because the council changed the meeting schedule from twice a month to once a month, so they can't get it in? I mean, there has to be a reason. There's a vetting process for a reason. The council is here for a reason. If we're going to continue to allow them to do without the council's oversight, then we're just not being responsible.
So, Councilman Jackson, let me just read to you, and that's why I thought the BA would do it, but I will preclude to do it. And the resolution, the New Jersey state law changed. So our state legislators sent it over to our purchasing agent, New Jersey State Statute 40A:11, New Jersey AC C5:35. It changed, and these are the new thresholds, and so we have to comply with the state statute. So it came to us by our state legislators, came to Harry and Paterson, and we have to be in compliance.
Council President,
1 second.
I thought you did a pause.
And so that's where this came from. It came from our state legislators. It came to us, and we have a strict deadline to be in compliance. It came to our purchasing agent, and I brought it to before this council. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Also, let's highlight that and there's the body of the resolution also takes the power of the business administrator of a head of purchasing division is throw the responsibility to the qualified purchasing agent. So the administration though had nothing to do, or the mayor had nothing to do where anything is awarded or contract based on this law is the GPA, the qualified purchasing agent. In this case, it's Mr. Harris Cevallo that he does a great work with this license and with his duties as a qualified purchasing agent.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, Council President. I was trying to give allowance to
I'm
anyone
sorry,
else that has something to say.
Councilman Jackson.
So that's totally incorrect. So we understand who is a licensed and qualified purchasing agent. We understand what the procurement process is. But it does not negate the fact that everyone, including Harry Savalas, and yes, I agree, he's responsible, everyone works for the mayor. They take direction from the mayor. the only way the council can ensure oversight is to make sure that these items come to us. This is not a mandate. The raising of the thresholds, because in the past it was 45,000, now they're raising it to where the municipality has the ability to. It's not a mandate that requires us to do this. Otherwise, we'll just say blanket it, any contract that doesn't exceed this amount. But no, there's certain things that come before the council because the council is endowed with the privilege or the responsibility to be responsible for overall spending. What we should be doing is lowering all the thresholds so they got to come before the council for every single dime and every single penny that's spent. If we're raising thresholds for various items and allowing for them to have the ability to circumvent bringing it to the council, then we find out about it after the fact and want to go in before the media and complain. Here's your time to be responsible right now. But again, I mean, you guys don't understand that.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Councilman Khalid.
What's the threshold now?
17.
No, it's
17.5. And the resolution is at 17.5.
53, yeah.
It's going up to 53.
Council President?
Council
I would
President.
like to get an answer from Mr. Villa.
Mr. B.A.?
He doesn't know.
No. Council President, through you. I believe it's 43,000 or 44 currently.
53. It's 53.
Council President.
Council President?
Councilman Velez and then Councilman Udine.
So let's clear the record here. And I gotta speak general. Any qualified purchasing agent, no matter what municipality they work, no matter what under what administration they work in Jersey City, Newark, or Paterson, they're not gonna risk their integrity, their license, and the years of service and the municipality they work in just because they want to do a favor to any mayor. They have a lot of laws in the books that they had to follow. And bringing it to local government, Paterson, Harry Ceballos followed those rules and laws. And now he's not going to lose his integrity, his years of service, and his license just to do a favor because he works for this administration. If there's any mayor there, anybody's here sitting, he still go by the book. That's why I want to clear that in the air. Because this is I believe one of the departments, purchasing agents, that I know that will not play with the integrity and license that they hold. So let's clear that in the air, because not even us sometimes go up there to say even hi. But they do a great job in that office, and they don't get compensated the way we should talk about the compensation they should get to be able to acknowledge them better. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Council President. I don't think anybody's speaking about the credibility of our purchase agent, Harry Ceballos, and I think we all are confident on him. This is not the point. The point is, do you think he's going to be there for next 5 years, 10 years? That's not the point. Point is that council is going to have more control and have opportunity to ask questions for the items they're purchasing. With that, it's keeping the current threshold. So I think it's a good point Councilman Jackson came up with, that when the threshold is going up to $53,000, it's it's a big amount, and I think we should not move forward. Since it's not mandated, we don't have to accept it. So I think council should have more opportunity to ask questions and should have knowledge of what are the purchases taking place by the administration. So I think we should not support. I mean, I believe that we should have stayed the same so that the council would have clear knowledge. Ceballos is back, so I can have better question. Thank you, Mr. Ceballos. So, question from the item number 1 regarding the threshold. So, is it going to be any way Council President, can I ask a question?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. So is this resolution going to be beneficial or giving any advantages to the city or to you, if you can explain? Or make your process faster? I don't know, what's the benefit of it?
Who's the Council
Council
President?
President,
Who's
that result of the local finance notice promulgated by the state is not something that we create because it came to our minds. Local finance notice clearly state window contracts,
Right.
17.5 to the threshold. Process remains the same. If we need price quotes will be requested. If we use a state contract, we verify the state contract vendor. The process remains the same. The only thing that changed is that if between that window, that's the reason they call it window 17.5 to 53, a resolution won't be necessary. But the purchasing process will remain the same. I'm responsible for that.
I think council understood that part, but the question is, it's not mandated by the state that we have to accept it. But question is it going to be beneficial? How is it going to be? What's the advantages of accepting it?
Advantages for efficiency and savings, especially efficiency, because like I mentioned before, the purchasing process remains the same. As once you see on the contract, you see on the resolution presented from the city council, identical. The only thing will be no resolution needed, but the process remains the same, which is to keep and file when we get audit every year by the auditor when the state comes by.
I don't think audit is going to be anyway same. I mean, thank you for answering the question.
Our job easier.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Ceballos.
This is not something new.
Right.
The only thing is presented now is because the threshold number changed. This is already in place.
No,
we had done in the past. Last year we did one identical. It was from 17.5 to 44. Now on July 1st, the threshold changed to 53,000. That's the reason I presented, because we want to make things transparent here.
Look,
Everybody know what we're doing here.
I'm talking about myself. Like, I have high confidence on you, but I'm thinking about the future, that let's say you are not in that position in the future, and is the administration going to misuse this threshold? That's exactly what in my mind. So anyway, thank you for answering the question. If any other council members have questions, they can.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
I don't know, Councilman Wooding. I thought you was a teacher. You looking like you struggling on a spelling test down there.
Oh my gosh.
Scratching your head. It's ridiculous. Eddie, the definition you gave us last week, we may need that again this week, because I don't know what Councilman Velez was talking about. Mr. Ceballos, just correct me if I'm wrong. Just correct me if I'm wrong. If we had a job or a project that exceeds the threshold, then that means it has to go out to an open public bidding process.
Sure.
Only correct me if I'm wrong, please. Through the open public bidding process, everyone who's qualified can submit a closed and sealed bid. We open those bids under, at one time, full disclosure. Correct? So far, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
From everybody or the vendor who decides to attend the opening, you always on the fourth floor conference room.
It's open on the fourth floor.
Everything.
Understood. That we understand that process. But what it does is it allows that it's an open public bidding process. So if there's multiple contractors that's qualified and interested in placing a bid, they all get an opportunity fairly through a fair process. Now, in this new process, because it's not a new process, we're just raising the threshold. So now I'll ask the question, I'm not going to give the answer. If it was an item that the administration was looking to outsource, and it falls under the threshold, and they brought the proposal to you, the administration brings it directly to you, what happens then?
nothing will happen because that never happened before and it won't happen while I'm here.
What do you mean never happened before?
Like if somebody bring me a package,
Again, it's under the threshold. So they don't have to bring you a bid package. They're only bringing you a proposal or, for example, a quote, a price quote. If it's under the threshold, you're not required to bring a sealed bid package. The administration then has the ability to bring you a vendor, one vendor only, and you can say, okay, it's under the threshold, and what happens?
nothing will happen because that will never take place.
What do you mean it never take place?
Because number one, I'm the purchasing agent. I'm the one, or the directors and division directors, they know what the needs are. They're seeking the quote. Administration never get involved with anything that we do.
Mr. Savalas, the directors is the administration. They work under the administration. So if a director, let's say for example, the director of DPW brings you a quote. For example, if they want to fix an electric situation and it falls under the threshold, they vet the vendor, they bring the vendor. You're not out soliciting for a company to do the various odd jobs. They're bringing it to you. You don't know the relationship between them and the administration or the director. They're bringing it to you, and as long as it's under the threshold, what happens?
Number one and foremost, it's going to be more than one.
I'm sorry?
More than one quote, because they start to go for a minimum 3 quotes. So that's the first thing that we need to deal with.
Okay, but this quoting process is not sealed. The administration, meaning a director, is bringing it to you so they know who are the potential vendors, and whatever the quote amounts, it's already disclosed. So when they bring it to you, they already know who's going to be the proposed vendor.
Now, what it needs to be done, same day, same time, they send the quote to the vendors, 3, 4, 5, whoever are they. And they quote with the talent, we need the answer for this day at this time. As a result of that, the director analyzed. We receive 2, we receive 3, we receive 4, and then they send it to me to say, listen, we seek these quotes, do you have a result of such exercise? And then the decision is made too. Because I have to make sure that the directors are doing their part, because at the end of the day, I'm responsible for it. I would never allow anybody to take upon to be, oh, well, I don't know. I'm the purchasing agent, I'm responsible for that. So I always tell them 3 quotes minimum, because they know their needs. They know how many nails they have to put in the wall, how many 2x4s they need to purchase, and everything else.
So I'm going to just rest it here, Brother Savalas, and I understand that. And I have full confidence in what you do. And I believe, in my opinion, what you do is more clearly done when you go through the open public bidding process. Because now, when a director is bringing you 3 quotes, they have the ability, let me not make any accusations, they have the ability to vet those quotes. They have the ability to be involved, let's say it that way, in those quotes. So that the one that comes in the lowest is the one that they are expecting or trying to give the job to. And that's my point that I'm making to you. There's no way that you, of $350 million budget, can go out and vet each and every single quote that comes in. When we go through the open public bidding process, it is much more tangible for you to have the ability to vet it clearly and make sure that there's no underlining relationships that's being brought forward. Because there is a possibility, just like with the fire department, sometimes we've had situations where you put a bid out multiple times and only one vendor brings it back. The administration could definitely come to you and say, you know what, we went out to seek quotes, we was unable to get them, we only got one responsible quote, and it's under the threshold, and guess what, it's gonna get paid. And if they do that 30 times, 50 times, then we just went through what, 50 times 10 is not, it's not that, it's $500,000.
You're correct about that point, because that has other things that I need to check, is the aggregate. Because the first time they're paying 18,000.
I understand that aggregate with one particular vendor.
Exactly.
But if I got a guy like Mr. Akeem Dunham right there, who is very savvy, and he has opened up 4 or 5 companies, one in his brother's name, one in his son's name, he can then, through his relationship, come and get 4 different contracts in the amount of 50, what is this, 56,000, 50, how much is the threshold up to?
53.
$53,000. He would love to have 4 contracts for $53,000. And I'm sure there's other people that would love to have it too. My only point to this council is not to you, you've been doing this quite some time. This administration does not deserve the respect to be able to have a blank check. We just went over how we're being financially irresponsible, and we want to raise the threshold for the mayor to have a blank check. No, he doesn't get to have a blank check for nothing. That doesn't negate your responsibilities, because what we're doing by giving him this blank check for $53,000 is taking the power out of your hands to be the procurement officer by putting it through the process of the open public bidding process. That's my point. I mean, listen. We already know that this is going to pass. Okay. They're ready to vote. They're biting at the chip, just the bit, just to vote yes on it. But I'm trying to educate the public in the process, because people don't understand how these contracts are getting done, and I'm just trying to educate them on further. And I appreciate you coming back and explaining it, because the BA had no idea what was going on.
Also, as you well know, you having in my office before, anyone who is interested to do business with the city, they're welcome to come by.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Listen, I've brought vendors to you, and we've made, you know, even with through the cellular phone, you know, changing over, which actually saved the city money. But the point is, you know, I don't have any, listen, we already have gotten a reduction from requested $33 million amount back down to $29 million. $3-4 million, and now we're going to give him a blank check to write another $500,000, $800,000, or, you know, couple $1 million before he's here 9 more months. We don't need to give him no more freedom to do no more spending. Let's put a Band-Aid on this spending and call it a day. So, but you know, that's not what they're going to.
Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Savalas.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Savalas. Who sent out the quotes? Do the director send out the quotes, or you send out the quotes to the vendors to have a emergency quote or anything?
The directors, because like I stated before, they know the need, which building, which office they're going to fix, how many, the material that they need, and then they do.
What's so funny, Councilman?
What's funny is you've been here as long as I have. You don't know the process.
I'm just.
What's funny is you don't know. You're ignorant. It's not funny. It's sad.
I'm just clarifying something.
You don't need to.
I'm just clarifying something.
You should know.
I'm just clarifying.
You should know that. I just explained it to you.
Unlike you, I never
just explained it. No, you asked me what's so funny. I'm telling you.
Unlike you, I never been to Harry's office. I'm just clarifying something. I'm just clarifying something with him.
Just say you're trying to learn.
Unlike you, I never took anybody to Harry's office. Like I said, unlike you, I don't even know where Harry's office is. Unlike you, I never took anybody to Harry's office to quote on something or anything like that. Thank you. I just want to clarify, usually the purchasing agent send out the quotes. Like, well, I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Go ahead.
I have a couple contracts that my office does a quote. The profit is one.
Okay.
So those exactly how much?
So that's within threshold.
No,
30. I mean, because that time, like I mentioned before, the same day the cost was out, the same day the cost returns, and the result is
if even directors send out the quotes, does it come to you or to them? The quotes back.
They come to them, they come back with the result to me.
I'm talking to him, man. Why are you talking on the side?
Council members.
Why are you talking on the side?
Trying to educate you, brother. I'm trying to help you.
Man,
Council
believe me,
members.
trying to help
Council
I
members.
don't need no education from
I'm trying to help you.
Council
Maybe you won't continue to vote so
Council
foolishly.
members. Council members.
You won't continue to vote so foolishly if you were more educated.
Why you always
Council
gotta
members,
come
we're
at
trying
your
to move
council
forward so the
colleague
public
like
can
you know
speak.
it all.
Council members.
I do my homework. You,
I mean,
obviously you don't. You don't know what
Since
you're
you're going to
doing.
become the mayor within 9 months, maybe you should support this then.
No, I'm not going to support anything that he's going to be.
Council
foolishly-
members.
No, he has nothing to do.
He's going to foolishly spend this.
Supposedly becoming the mayor
Council
within
members,
9
are there
months.
any more questions for,
Council
Do what you
President.
got to do. Just don't point
Paterson
finger
agent.
at me. I'm not pointing finger at you.
No, when you
gotta
do something stupid, I'm definitely going to point it
I
out.
Council
think
members.
you stupider than
When you
me.
do something
Believe
stupid, I'm
me.
definitely going to
I'm
point it
just
out.
clarifying something.
I'm going to point it out each and every time.
Council members.
You are more stupider than
Are
me.
we,
Believe me.
is that the,
What did I
are the
like?
questions
Like I
done?
never took a,
Are
took
the
a
questions
vendor or
done for the
anybody to Harry's office
Council
to quote on
members.
something. That's being stupid.
No,
Are the
no.
Go ahead.
This is an open public bidding process.
Councilman
Yes,
Velez.
It wasn't under
Council
threshold.
members.
Anything.
Thank you, Council President.
Taking any vendors to
Council
anybody.
members.
It was an open public bid.
Councilman
Harry,
Velez,
You know what you
please.
did.
Again,
You know
again,
what
this
Thank you, Council President. So,
Again, the
Harry
stupidity.
Ceballos.
Councilman, I'm not
She gave me
done.
the floor.
Oh, you're not
I'm-
done.
I'm
Councilman
not done.
Khalid.
He's still trying to get text messages so he can ask the right question. Let him
Well,
get
you
a
don't have the
text.
floor, Councilman. Councilman, you don't have the floor. Why you
Council
See how he
members.
distract the meeting? See how he distract the meeting? You don't have the floor.
Councilman Khalid, can you finish with the purchasing agent, please?
Well, within the purchasing law, and there's a $9,000 difference. Now we have 44,000. It's a cost of living, I guess, and it's going up to 53,000 for this threshold to be. That's all. I got my clarification on the bidding. As far as I know, the administration have a purchasing agent. He sent out all the quotes and bids. That was my knowledge. I learned something that if you did within the threshold, the director do it on the side. I learned something today. Usually, you go to any of the agencies out there, any co-op. That's why the purchasing agent is there to send out emergency quotes or bids. In our city, or maybe other cities, the emergency quotes probably sent out by director, which I did not know. Now I knew. There's nothing wrong with it. You want to point finger at somebody, but like I said, I never took a vendor or anybody to your office or called you about it. Oh, do you have a bid or something for these people? Unlike other councilmen.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Let me remind everyone, every November, we attend the League of Municipality. And one of the classes I love is the procurement and purchasing agents classes. Why? Because the state changed a lot, the law, and give more rooms to operate. And one day, in one of those classes, one of the municipality came and say, your agenda is so big for little things that could be resolved without being in the agenda. And your meetings could be even shorter. Remember that? Okay. So this is an action, and I got to ask you just one question. And you just stated, the director sent fire, police, community improvement, any director send you a scope of work of their needs for that division. Scope of work. I need this, I need this, I need you to do this. Means you have a list of vendors in the city of Paterson. And you probably send emails to those vendors saying that this is an opportunity to send a quote regarding the scope of work that they have, correct? Because there's a participation of vendors. It could be corp, it could be independent vendors, but they had to submit a quote. They probably, the director, don't know the quote that they bringing in, because you receive it, you analyze it, and then you move forward with the lower quote because you want to save the city of Paterson money based on the scope of work that director requested. So that's easy. What we really are saving time is Now we meeting once a month in a regular meeting and one workshop a month. So you imagine a director needs something for their department. It takes months to approve something that is a threshold. So once again, director, purchase agent, we could point to administration that they go and give you a lot of quotes, but today is notable that a councilman went to your office and bring business to the city of Paterson. He stated in the record. So moving forward, keep on doing your great job. We don't have, and I stated before, no purchaser agent in any part of the state of New Jersey is going to lose their integrity, their license, and the year's service to do things wrong.
Thank you, Councilman.
Especially the city of Paterson. Thank you,
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 1 on first reading. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'm gonna clarify, because they're blankly throwing around accusations, and it's amazing people who talk about integrity. Officers, make sure you stand close to the fire alarms. And then, just so those of you who don't know what takes place at the League of Municipalities, it's a lot of drinking that go on down there, a lot of partying. I'm surprised people had time to go to the classes. I don't drink, by the way, but that's besides the point. So, again, so the public can understand this clearly. Young man, I hope you listening, brother, because we're going to need you in one of these seats one day. The process is, if it goes out to open public bid, the vendor has to seal their bid and send it in. Nobody knows what the bids are. If they get 10 bids in, they open them all at the same time. There's a committee there. None of them could be open upstairs on the 4th floor under this brother's supervision, because that's his job, which he does extremely well. And at that moment, they're all open and compared, and then they're put in a list of who meets the criteria, how much is it, etc. When we mitigate the open public bidding process, anyone can have a relationship with the director and say, hey, the director could be looking for a service, and if he can't find it because it wasn't advertised as an open public bid, because then it does not have to be advertised, he can then take in a quote. He can make phone calls, but Mr. Savalas isn't sending out any emails to vendors, hey, I need somebody to put in 1,000 screws. No, he's not doing that. The vendor has a relationship with the director, or the director should know who the vendor is, so it's a responsible quote. I know you could do the job. I know you're not going to just take the money and do a botched-up job, so he then submits it. Yes, in certain circumstances, if he doesn't know, he could submit 3, and then they can vet it, Mr. Savalas, but there is an opportunity for there only to be 1, because he could say, nobody else submitted a price quote. Okay, it's under the threshold, the aggregate expenses doesn't exceed the threshold, we can go with that. And the Councilman McCoy, who spent many years up here being responsible, can validate this. So yes, now there's an opportunity for us to provide a quote or a contract to someone without it coming to the council for vote. What we should be doing as a council, because of where we are with our budget, is we should be lowering the threshold, which we are, just like the state give allowances, is always from here to there. We could lower the threshold so that every single job that needs to be done in the city has to come back before the council to be vetted. He's saying, well, now we only have 1 meeting. So the council creates a problem only to try to fix other problems, where we reduce our meetings to only once a month, and we say, oh, well, we want to expedite business. It doesn't make any sense. Now, I'll say this last thing. All of our phone services were going through Verizon. We all have Verizon. We all had we have city cell phones that was paid for by the city through Verizon. The bill was astronomical. There was an opportunity when AT&T opened up the FirstNet. All I did was make an introduction of one of the management people at AT&T to Mr. Savalas. I didn't break any. Mr. Savalas is not going to he just sat there. Everybody talked about how responsible he is, and then they say, oh, I'm not going up to his office bringing vendors. Yeah, because you don't have no relationships like that. All you doing is worrying about what you can get out of the deal. I didn't get nothing out of the deal. I made an introduction with AT&T so we could get FirstNet, so that we could have the first responders and save the city money, have a better grade of service. As simple as that. So all those accusations about me doing stuff, I don't pull fire alarms and run out the building. I don't, hit people and then make a claim and then go back to the vendors the next day, to the store owners the next day, try to threaten them to get rid of the video and all of that stuff. I don't have to do that. You got people talking about integrity who have absolutely zero integrity. But with that being said, I hope that was a clear enough explanation. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam
Councilman
Clerk. Voting no on this item is undermining every director in City of Paterson. In director position, undermining every one of them, basically questioning their integrity. Every director. I hope some of them are here and others are listening. By voting yes, we will become compliant with local public contract law. We're not doing anything illegal or nothing out of the book. Like I said, voting no is undermining every director in City of Paterson. They're going to do something crooked. Crooked people think crooked. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So it's not about questioning the directors or questioning the purchase agent. This is not about it. When we are purchasing with the threshold, is a pretty big amount. I would say this is kind of like bypassing formal contract, and I would say where it's less oversight and transparency to us. Like as the council members, we have to have more clear idea on this. Besides, we all know this favoritism is there. Regardless, we say nobody does that, but it is taking place. People go by who I know or not. So when it go with that big amount of threshold, there could be of opportunity for the favoritism. So for seeing all these things, and also I think that with the long run, we may have to spend more money because there will be less competition because it's going to go by without formal advertisement or contract. So I feel that we might have to spend even more money over the time. So considering all the facts, and I highly respect you, Mr. Ceballos, there's no question about your credibility, but considering all the facts that can take place, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
Harry, thank you for all that you do.
You can't go. Councilman, you can't go. We don't have a quorum. Yeah.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes are 4 in favor, 2 against, 3 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of September 16th, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you for coming back. Harry, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Councilman
Harry.
Jackson.
Madam Clerk, does this item require 6 on the second reading?
I don't think so, but let
5.
me check. I don't think so. Oh, it's 4. 4 voted yes.
How do you know? Who did you ask? I'm asking the clerk. She's the parliamentarian. Who did you ask?
So, Madam Clerk, did you say yes or no?
Yes to what?
He's asking, does it require 6 votes? I told him no, but
I didn't read in the resolution that it requires 6
It
votes.
doesn't.
Well, because this is only the first reading, the Corporation Council's not in. Corporation Council, if you can, if you may assist, please.
It doesn't.
The item that we were just discussing, I know this is the first reading item. Does it require 6 on second reading?
No.
Does it require 6 on the second reading? 6 affirmative.
Corporation Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilman Jackson, for that inquiry. According to the Faulkner Act, you need a majority of those present on second reading, so that would be 5. Majority of the council. Correct. Well, no, majority of the council, so that would be 5 out of 9.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel. Madam Clerk, we will, thank you, Purchasing Agent. We will now go into public portion. We have, on our public portion list, we have approximately 18 speakers. I'm asking all speakers to respect the chambers. I know there are a lot of concerns and situations going on, but please be respectful. You have 3 minutes, and the rule is that you will call ahead of time. There is one person that called me, and he know who he is. He will be allotted 1 extra minute. Madam Clerk, please call the first.
The first speaker is Ilia Villanueva.
She left,
She
Madam
left?
Clerk.
Okay. Next speaker is Cristina Concepcion. Please state your name.
Christina Concepcion, 582 East 31st Street. I spoke to Maritza already about it. He actually walked out, but I'm so disgusted with Velez. He is my councilman, and I'm having a real big issue. I just text Maritza all my pictures. I've been putting complaints to the city since 2001, and nothing has been done. Not through the business, not through the mayor. I spoke to one of the mayor's workers here, and my street is bad. If y'all know East 31st, we have that big factory right in front of my house. One, I'm dealing with the garbage from McDonald's. I go to McDonald's every day to have somebody come and clean their garbage, okay? My street is pitch black. My car is constantly being broken into. I had to follow the suspect because police didn't want to come up 21st Ave, which he broke into 3 other vehicles. The supervisor, which was a police officer who showed up, did not want to arrest the guy. I'm in court process now because I had to show proof that I recorded him breaking into 3 other vehicles coming up 21st Ave. Called the police 6 times that night, and the dispatcher said, "Why are you following the guy?" Why? Because I'm tired of my car being broken into. The factory in front of my house, I've been in my house 42 years now. I took over my parents' house. My mom passed away of COVID. I have my dad now, who I take care of. This company owns the parking lot right in the same block. There's only 3 houses on my block. We're tired of how that parking lot looks. It's disgusting. Velez is constantly telling me, oh, we keep finding the company. What is he doing, putting the money in his pocket? Because he's the only one talking to the owners of the building. Nothing is being done. I show, Maritz, I'm sorry, I'm using you, but I send you the pictures. If you come to my block, this is my son. He can't play in the backyard of my own home. I have raccoon traps all over my yard trying to catch raccoons that come out 3, 4, 5 o'clock. We can't be in our own yard. Raccoons is bad. And you know what Velez told me today on the phone? They're animals, they have to be out. But yet and then he's living fine in his home. He's living fine. And my own son can't enjoy my backyard. Another thing is, I'm a college coach. I started off, Maritza knows me as a college coach. I'm sorry, President, just give me a few more minutes. But coaches, we have to take classes. And I feel like council members need to take classes to be council members. Because as coaches, I gotta get certified every year to be a coach for this city, which I love.
Ms. Concepcion, I know you have a lot, right? So we have a rule. Javier, if you'll please stand. Javier Hernandez, he's here. Fernandez.
I have his business card.
So we're gonna make sure, but there is a 3-minute rule.
I understand,
I'm gonna
but
make sure you get my card as well.
Jackson, keep fighting because classes has to be done. This whole council meeting, all of you guys take classes as the way we had to take it as coaches.
Thank you.
Charles, you know, as teachers, how many tests we gotta take, right or wrong?
Thank you, Ms.
Just to be teachers here in the city, right? So have respect for each other the way we have to have respect when we deal with kids.
Thank you, Ms. Concepcion. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Eddie, get her information. Eddie, get her information.
The next speaker is Joel Keys Jr. State your name, please.
Joel Keys Jr., Paterson. I got to start right. Last meeting, I concluded my speech about Charles Florio's racist statement towards Dave Gilmore by defining the meaning of microaggression. I then said that regardless of whether Florio's statement was a microaggression or not, because politicians are captive to their donors, Florio wouldn't be held accountable. Councilman Velez immediately made my point. When instead of inquiring whether or not Florio's statement was an intentional insult or a microaggression, which is an unintentional insult, he resorted to ego defense mechanisms. He proceeded to defensively distort the primary meaning of my speech by claiming that I called Florio a racist. The first sentence in my speech was, "I'm here to address the racist statement Charles Florio made towards Dave Gilmore when he said, 'Now I'm Dave's daddy.'" Then I provided historical factors that explain why and how Florio's statement was racist. Later in his comments, Velez said, quote, "But let's talk with facts. Let him defend himself," unquote. I approached Velez after his comments and asked him if he knew about the racist history of white men telling black men that they're their daddy, or white men calling black men boy. He was evasive, which suggests he didn't know it. And that would be a hypocritical contradiction because he made an assessment about an issue without knowing any facts, yet he declared that we should talk with facts. Regarding his statement, "Let him defend himself," since Velez gave Florio such high praise, held him in such high regard, and endorsed him as supporting the community more than us, it would have been heroic for him to take a page from Kamisha Rogers-Jones, who also approached Velez in the hallway along with me after his comments. Kamisha Rogers-Jones heroically said, quote, "Yesterday I watched as someone that I care about and love, Council President, turn a crisis and what was supposed to be an act of care and compassion into a publicity opportunity. I want to say to you, Councilwoman, I am very, very disappointed in you. I expected much more from you. Not only are you a councilwoman, but you're also a woman of God. And the behavior and the things I saw in you yesterday did not depict what I know you to be," unquote. If Velez had critiqued Florio's actions similarly, his argument would have been heroic too. Lastly, Velez said, quote, "When you come here talking about people who are racist, be careful. This city don't need no more division at all," unquote. It brings us back to a speech I made about colorblind racism, which means ignoring or tolerating racist behavior and then charging the person who confronts racism with dividing the people. Ignoring and tolerating racism is what divides people, not the person confronting the racism, because there are people who are injured from the racism.
Thank you, Mr. Keys. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Thank you for that.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Dave Gilmore.
Good evening, Council, ladies and gentlemen, friends, family, and others. I'm here because I have to read a mandatory statement to put to bed my settlement with some of these people. I will maintain the decorum and the instructions of the mandatory statement. Public apology before the Paterson City Council in full satisfaction of any and all claims which have been or could have been asserted in connection with the litigation. The parties agree that Mr. Gilmore, that's me, shall attend the next scheduled council meeting following the effective date of the agreement and deliver the following oral statement council apology in front of the City Council during the public comments period. On October 15, 2024, I came before this council and made a claim regarding Michael Powell and discriminatory employment practices for firing a blind man. After reading the court's decision in that matter, I learned that I was completely wrong. As such, I would apologize to Michael Powell. Wrong being that he didn't sign it. The parties agree that Mr. Gilmore will not make any further remarks or statements during the Paterson City Council meeting beyond the council apology. End dot period.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Bilal Hakeem. Please state your name.
My name is Bilal Hakeem, and I want to just say from the top that when a judge can be bribed or any other person that has sworn to uphold the law, then know that the entire society is undermined. The entire society. That means lawyers, etc. Mr. Gilmore, having to have to read this here, this is a bunch of crap. That's what it is. Dhul watain. It's an Arabic word. I'm in Arabic studies deeply right now, so I'm going through words, so we can break these words down, But this word, dhul watain, is the worst person ever created. The worst person ever created. Dhul watain, the two-faced person. One who says, I'm with you, and then goes to the other side and say, I'm with you. Dhul watain, remember that. We have experienced for over a week, issue a public health emergency regarding the water here in the city of Paterson and the neighboring cities. I was coming from therapy, and I stopped at one of the stores in the neighboring cities, and it slipped my mind, they didn't have any water either, you know what I mean? But I wanted to use the bathroom. But they did have enough courtesy to have like a porta potty, a flushing one, for people to utilize. But, and it's interesting that the water main broke up there at Hitchcock Stadium. I don't have enough time to talk, but I got to do that on live to show you some connections. But we have to prepare ourselves for these emergencies within our community. And right now, I'm speaking to community people, and particularly those that in the marginalized communities, of darker hue, the black community. So we are going to be setting up a number of these workshops, town hall meetings, so to speak, as we have done in the past, bringing experts in to direct you on what you can do besides just waiting as a sitting duck for government. And oftentimes they don't know what to do because they're not smarter than you. You can't think that because they sit on the side that everybody's smarter than you. We're here to help them. I'm not going to go any further. I'll finish on my own platform.
Thank you, Mr. Bilal. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Chris Smalls. Please state your name.
Good day, good evening. My name is Chris Small. Allow me to officially introduce myself. We'll be running for Paterson Board of Ed Commissioner in November 4th, and I appreciate your support. But I'm here tonight for one reason, and for one reason only. And ironically, it happens to be the same reason why I moved to Paterson, New Jersey in 1995. And here we are in 2025, 30 years later, and unfortunately, my reason hasn't changed. So what is that reason? Before I answer that question, let me ask you this. What do you think? Can you think of a good reason that would make a mother, a young, loving mother, separate deliberately herself from her young 6-7-year-old firstborn baby boy? Why would a mother purposely part ways with such an adorable child for 6 to 7 years? Well, I was that child, and though I moved to Paterson in 1995, I was born in Kingston, Jamaica, in University Hospital of the West Indies, or as I call it, UWI, where I lived humbly with my family at 16 Augustine Road, across the street from the Seventh-day Adventist Church until September of 1998. And many of you may not be familiar with what happened in Jamaica back then, but you may be familiar with what happened recently with the pipes and the water main break by Hinchley Stadium. So many Paterson residents, children and elderly went without water and without running water for days and days to a week or more, not having water to drink, water to wash, take showers, flush toilets, or etc. I sincerely felt the despair in the city because I can relate. I know what it feels like as a child not having water, running water for weeks and up to months, as I can remember as a child waiting in long lines to refill water bottles and other supplies. And not only that, to make matters worse, we also didn't have any electricity. As you may be familiar with Hurricane Sandy or Hurricane Katrina, or the damage hurricanes can cause. Well, sadly, in September of '88, Hurricane Gilbert devastated the island of Jamaica, the city of Kingston, and my neighborhood of Augustown. Decimated, lives were lost, many homes, buildings, roads, aircrafts, power lines, trees, fences, crops, even the poultry industry was completely wiped out. The poultry industry, meaning no chicken, no jerk chicken, curry chicken, stewed chicken, no chicken at all, just kind of canned goods for dinner. So that means we're eating tuna fish, sardines, mackerel, corned beef, and having candlelight dinners every night. So I understand the frustrations and I understand the struggle, and I can relate to the families and communities coming together and working together, just trying to do their best to make the best of the resources that they have. So I'm familiar with having a lack of resources, and on top of that, sometimes being the last of resources. As I also remember not having water, but that's my time, so unfortunately, I'll finish some other time. But Chris Small, Paterson Board of Ed Commissioner, November 4th. I appreciate your support and vote.
Thank you, Chris. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Patricia McDowell. State your name, please.
Patricia McDowell, Paterson, New Jersey. Good evening, everyone. This is my first time coming here. I watch everybody This is my first time coming here, so I've been watching on TV or whatever, so I'm here for a reason. So I have a question, and I would like for that question to be answered. And Michael, I know that you're in my ward, so I would like to speak with you personally, if you don't mind. Thank you. So my question is, I am a caregiver for my sickly elderly brother. So my household, which is my nephews with me, we was affected for a whole week. Many others affected more, so I thank God for my daughter because I was able to go to her home, being that I watch my grandson anyway and take my showers and everything like that. But my question is that I feel, we the people feel that we need to be compensated for this. I don't know who's responsible, I don't care who's responsible, but if this was you and put yourself in that situation, it affected my household greatly. It don't feel good because I'm a clean person. So that wasn't a good thing. And then I didn't get my water until the end, but I called down here like I told Dr. Sims, excuse me, and I did get my water delivered like an hour later. So thank you so much for that. But I feel like everyone that was affected by this should be compensated. And I did hear the mayor speak. A reporter asked him a question on TV, and I forgot what he said, but somebody needs to take accountability for this. And I just want to answer, and I would like to speak with Mike and Dr. Mims. I thank you, and that's all I have to say. God bless.
Thank you, Ms. McDowell. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Nazarene McDowell. Did I pronounce that correctly?
You said no.
No? Okay, thank you.
Next
Next speaker
speaker.
is Wahida Muhammad. She's not here, is she? She? She's sitting in the wrong place. Oh, she's over there. She's usually sitting over there. Please state your name. Thank you.
Wahida Muhammad. With God's name, good evening. I'm here, first of all, let me just send my condolences to Jacqueline Murray's family. Just did my heart good when I walked in and saw the celebrated display that you had out in the lobby. And I thank God for her being who she was. The other thing I want to know, if somebody can tell me if I see on the agenda where the rent level board members are being reappointed, and they were not able to do anything, mostly because they couldn't even pick their own president and vice president and nothing. So I want to know whose idea is it to reappoint them to do nothing? That makes no sense to me. The other thing I want to know, if any of you have decided to look at the other, I'm sure, 100-year-old pipes in this town, with all these constructions going on, some more pipes about to bust. And I don't know who's watching that, but it does nothing to us, the community, to think that it's like nobody's watching this store with all these constructions just overpowering this community. And it's like business as usual. So I would like to know if you've even thought about, you got another 100 pipe coming. The other thing I want to know, and I know that nobody can tell me this except the line mayor, and he's not going to say it, but I was told one young lady that lived across from where this whole fiasco went on, I know that the mayor said several times, we are working 24/7. And she said, Ms. Muhammad, I want you to know that's a lie, because they cannot work in the dark, and there's no lights over there when the sun goes down. So he's lying, that he's not working, they're not working. And I really felt good when he said that. We are working 24/7 to get this done. And then when she busted my bubble and said, that's a lie. And nobody says nothing. It's like this man can say anything he wants to, and you all can't say anything. I don't get it. But you tell us we can't come up here and cuss, but he can do anything he want to do. What is wrong with that picture? I don't get it. And you all sitting there looking at me like, well, what you want us to do? I don't know. Because at this point, it's like we cannot depend on you to do anything with this mayor. I'm up to here. I really am. Councilwoman, I appreciate you and Council President bringing us water, but I'm tired of the foolishness. Because it's like we get a little drop here and a little drop there, and we should be happy. Well, I want you to know I'm not happy.
Thank you, Ms. Wahida. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Dr. Chanel Fields. State your name, please.
Good evening, everybody. Tonight, I come before you very upset on behalf of the residents. To all the council, I really need each and every one of you to pay attention to your wards. I know that a lot of you are out there, but I really want to encourage you around the 3 o'clock to 8 o'clock hour to walk around your ward. I have gotten well over 35 to 45 calls a week. I'm not a council person. I'm just a community servant that really loves the people. But I should not be getting calls at 12:40 midnight because the music won't stop. I should not be getting calls at 1 o'clock in the morning because the music won't stop. I should not be getting calls, especially since I live in Pennsylvania, at 3 o'clock in the morning because the music won't stop. There are residents in this community that practice lawlessness on a daily basis to where the music begins as early as 8 o'clock in the morning and doesn't stop until 6 o'clock in the morning. That's a 2-hour window for our residents that are paying these excessive rents, high taxes, that are not able to get a valuable amount of sleep at night. I'm not sure where you guys reside within your wards and if you're comfortably sleeping at night, but if I gotta hear boom, ba boom, all night long, I'm gonna tell you what that's gonna do. In a minute, people are gonna start taking the law in their hands because they're getting upset. The black community is upset with the music, and you know what music I'm talking about. That goes on all night. The illegal, businesses that start off as mechanic shops by day and turn into go-go and lock doors at night. It has to stop. And sitting here like a bump on the log, hold the mayor accountable, please, because we're gonna have more killings. And it's as simple as a meeting with the police chief, a meeting with the mayor, and putting police out there in those high crime areas and those loud music, excessive noise areas. It's elderly people that's calling me too, y'all. It's sick that they have worked this hard. Some of them have lived in Paterson all their life, and they are crying, real tears on the phone, because their ears won't stop ringing because they're not getting sleep. We know this is wrong, and we need to do something about it. The mayor, you all need to sit his ass down and tell him, listen, enough is enough. If you don't want more crime in this city, do something. Stop taking pictures and do something, because people are gonna start fighting, and it's not gonna be a good look.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Eddie Olivares. Please state your name.
Eddie Olivares. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Jackson, last week I said that it was going to be the last week that I would address the council in the manner that I usually address them, putting them down. You know what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to extend it another week. Last week, I defined stupidity. As, not me, I mean it was, and thank you, by the dictionary. And lo and behold, one of the things that identifies a stupid person is this is not my view, this is a philosopher, a German philosopher, no less, who says that a stupid person is rattled easily when their views are challenged. Lo and behold, as I turned to go home, colleague, he's not here now, he did the most stupid thing anybody could do. He threatened me. Not the first time. I mean, the list that you've done it. One day you said that you were going to bring real men to deal with me. Mr. Jackson is not a real man, I guess, in your view. Luis Velez is not a real man, because they're sitting right next to you. And you felt the need to bring real men. What you're talking about is thugs. Luis Velez also threatened me once. And I must tell you, especially the three of you, Khalid, Mims, and Luis Velez, when I challenge you, I don't challenge you physically. If that's what you take away from what I say, then the definition fits like a glove. You're stupid, that's all I can say. Now, when I challenge you, and I've done it, I've asked you, I've asked Velez, I've asked every one of you, we can meet. The only thing that I ask when I do that is bring your best game. Come prepared, because I'm gonna make you look stupid if you don't. And so, having said that, Mr. Jackson, unless someone tonight says something or does something as stupid as Khalid did last week, from next week on, you will see a different me. See, not even 3 minutes today, I did good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Charles Ferrer. State your name, please.
Just to state, for it to be noted, Charles Ferrer did call. He gets 1 extra minute.
Good evening, Charles Ferrer. So many places where I could start, but I'm going to start in an area. Your budget should have been presented like around April 30th. Should have been voted on between May and June. The wrong people are being fined. If you don't say yes for the temporary budget, you get fined, each one of you gets fined $25. That's stupid, because you don't present the budget, you don't put it together. So I guess we need to talk to our elected officials on the state level to put the fine where it needs to be with the people who create the budget. So if they're fined $300 to $1,000 for each day that the budget is not presented to you, I guarantee you it'll be ready to present to you by April 30th, okay? I'm upset about the water problem. I found some flex tape. I was gonna run down there, and since it says in the commercial you could put it on screens and put it in the water and row a boat, that maybe I could have saved that, because your problem affected me. 8 days I'm inhaled and lugging water around and all kinds of craziness, going to my office in Paterson that had water, because we had no water in Hilton, because we found out that all of our pipes are connected to Paterson. So I'll be at the MUA's meeting next month, because I need them to find a way to get at least 1 or 2 of those connections attached to Franklin Lakes, Wayne, and possibly the 3rd one to Ridgewood. Because let's look at this picture. If the pipe was 100 years old, that means it was put in there in 1925. That's a long time. If I had a pair of shoes that lasted that long, I'd be happy. If it was put in 140 years, that's 1885. And we're doing nothing, but when developers get this developer fees, 12 million, 3 million, whatever, to put in their pockets to do absolutely nothing with it, the city or the people in charge of negotiating with them should be saying, wherever you're tapping into, you need to replace those pipes. Okay? This is common sense. So they're not doing anything. Their tax abatements are what they are. Who does the burden fall on? The taxpayers that can no longer afford anymore. Okay? And they're still getting over and getting over and getting over. And when does it stop? 30 years, transitional aid. So if you don't get the 29 million, they decide to give you 5. What are you going to do? You need to negotiate better with these developers, because where once a church stood on Graham Ave or Rosa Parks and Governor Street, there's a high-rise apartment building, and all of those lines are put in there. You don't think that impacts something? 10,000 new units? Okay? And that's not a problem. Every time you tap in, you're putting more pressure on those pipes. Okay? The pipes have said, I've had enough. Soon as that one got fixed, Wayne Avenue, North Haledon had one, and I had predicted that at my council meeting in Haledon. Okay? Thank God it wasn't during school time. What's the plan? What's the plan? Right, there is none. Where's the money that we got during COVID? If it's not all used, you better start using some of that money to fix some of these pipes. But you better stop letting these developers come in here, like I said the other meeting, Patsy Town. They're getting over like a fat rat.
Thank you, Mr. Charles. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Elvis Durham.
State your name, please.
Mr. Elvis Durham, Paterson, New Jersey, 4th Ward. Coming soon to the 4th Ward of Paterson, New Jersey, DG Market on 370 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. This is going to create lots of jobs for the community of Paterson, New Jersey. So everybody that's watching this, go by that building, and on the building they got the information where you could apply for jobs. Also, come do your shopping downtown Paterson, New Jersey. Parking is available in the downtown area on 65 Elderson Street. We got good security, a big parking garage, and we got other parking garage in the downtown area. Downtown Paterson is the 1st Ward, by the way, in the 5th Ward. Also, back to school shoppers, school uniforms. You can't go nowhere else in New Jersey. You have to stop in Paterson to get your school uniforms at Center City Mall, 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. So I advise everyone to get there early because that line is going to be so long. So get there early to get your kids back to school uniforms at Center City Mall, 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. Also, we got the movie theater coming back. Everybody, we were complaining about the movie theater closing down, right? We got the movie theaters coming back. In order for this movie theater to stay open, we need your support. We need your support. That means go there and support the movie theater, and they're going to be hiring. The movie theater is going to be inside Center City Mall on 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. And I guess we got some clowns here that want to laugh, but I love circus. I could be a clown too. God bless you and peace.
Thank you, Elvis. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Shay Brown. Is she? Okay, thank you. State your name, please.
Good evening, Shay Brown, Paterson, New Jersey, 3rd Ward. Good evening, City Council. I hope you're all doing well this evening. My name is Shay Brown, and I'm a Paterson City resident, homeowner, parent, taxpayer, and a registered and active voter. You all have way more background knowledge than me when it comes to being a councilwoman or a councilman. However, I had to make sure I understood what your charges as elected officials in your roles. A city council is the legislative body of a city responsible for making laws, setting budgets, and overseeing city operations. I know you have additional duties, but the personal jabs, the over-talking each other, the threats, the fighting, and the constant lack of following the rules of your own council is just ridiculous, and it needs to stop. Stop talking about what you can't get done and pointing fingers and calling people out. I thought the council is about collaboration and developing strategies to solve the problem. Action. Stop talking and do what needs to be done. We need to see actions. Words are great, but if you just continue to come to every council meeting, pointing fingers, talking about other people, that's not doing anything for us. Come and talk about what has been done and what's the plan and stages for what's going to be done. If there's a problem, what is your strategy? My daughter walked in on me watching a meeting and asked what I was watching because she heard the yelling, cursing, and chaos. She thought it was a TV show. Show my daughter when the people speak, especially voters, elected officials listen, respond, and react professionally and respectfully. The same goes for us as residents. We have to do better as well. I challenge you all to show myself and this community different. My 14-year-old daughter is watching us now via live stream, and as other young Paterson children and young adults who may be interested in being of service as you all are. This is the example you want to follow? That you want them to follow? Make a conscious choice this evening to do better and inspire us to believe in this council again. Constantly showing the tension and loud disrespect for each other has Paterson looking like a joke. People are mocking us. Show us what an actual city council meeting should look like. Paterson goes viral because of how these meetings are run. We are all not perfect, and every one of us in this room, and I mean every one of us in this room, including myself, have skeletons and done things we are not proud of. In the same instance, we have also done and seen the best of each other. I can personally attest to the countless times I've called on Council President Dr. Mims for help with noise complaints and needed support to stop bikers from illegally taking over a block in my neighborhood. She got it done. Last summer was a nightmare. No one knows about that, but it was done. I've called on Councilman Mendez for support with filling temporary potholes near a school bus stop on my block, and he got it done. No one knows about that, but it was done. I'm sure there are countless residents that can say the same for each of you. Work as you are intended to work. If it is so difficult for you to work with others, then step down and be of service as an individual instead of with a cohort. Paterson is in dire need of help. We need a unified council to make it happen with action. As a special education teacher, I'm a head of my household and parent of 2 children, of one which has autism. I have to look at how to solve problems instead of harping on them, looking for others to blame, highlighting deficits, and gaslighting rumors. I can't do that. You want to call people out disrespectfully? Do it on your own time, not the council time. There are people here who have responsibilities, families to get back to, and work tomorrow. I expect to see better and this council to prove me wrong instead of right. 1 Peter Chapter 4, 10 to 11. Each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace in its various forms. If anyone speaks, they should do as one who speaks the very words of God. If anyone serves, they should do so with the strength God provides, so that in all things God may be praised through Jesus Christ. To him in the glory and the power of forever. Amen. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I hope that you take seriously what I presented here tonight. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next speaker is Brian Russo. State your name, please.
Hello, thanks for your attention. My name is Brian Russo. I was born here in Paterson. I'm a volunteer for the North Haven Green Team, co-chair of the Climate Reality Project. I went to Passaic Community College and William Paterson University. I got a degree in applied mathematics and worked for an insurance company dealing with the auto bodies and tow yards here in Paterson. I saw firsthand the amount of pollution and learned about vehicle emissions, their impact on our health and environment. Each year, as we had more and more climate catastrophes, we saw less profit. Workers in my field were replaced by virtual workers and now threatened by AI. You may not believe in climate change, but your insurance company does. I became a climate advocate when I realized I would most likely die because of climate change or climate-related events. It's an insurance and healthcare crisis. Cost of living is going up, life expectancy is going down. A study done by Harvard linked 1 in 4 deaths to air pollution or climate change. Our infrastructure is crumbling. We just went a week without water while some people use single-use plastic water bottles to take showers. Last year, we spent over $180 billion in America on climate catastrophes. Scientists for the big oil companies were able to accurately predict the weather patterns we're seeing today from emissions in the atmosphere. We continue to see so-called 100-year storms occurring more regularly and of higher magnitude. It could cost us everything. The CEOs made a conscious decision to invest in spreading misinformation and lobbying to prevent transitioning to renewable energy. They were successful. We give them subsidies, we pay for the cleanups, we deal with the health consequences from emissions. I'm asking on behalf of Empower New Jersey, a coalition of over 180 climate organizations. I'm asking for you to support a resolution in support of the New Jersey Climate Superfund Act, co-sponsored by Senator Wimberly and Shavonda Sumter, to charge the major polluters in New Jersey to contribute to a fund based on their emissions to be used for mitigation and disaster relief. Paterson is the first industrial city in New Jersey and is a climate superfund site. The Passaic River was once the most polluted river in America. It's not anymore. Let's keep up that momentum. Let's join New York and Vermont in making polluters pay. I'm asking for you to put it to a vote. I've been trying to contact Menendez. This is my 4th time here. If I'm going about it the wrong way, you could all do it. I'm giving you an opportunity to stand with Paterson, stand with the community, and make polluters pay for the damages that they knew they were going to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is David Hart.
I got 30 seconds. I'm asking you, seriously, you can put it to
Ma-
a vote.
Mr.
You're not going to put it on a meeting next week? You can do it right now. That's co-sponsored by Senator Wimberly, Senator Sumter. You were talking
Thank you,
about.
Mr. Russo. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
David Hart?
Joseph Hart.
Joseph Hart, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Hart. State your name, please.
My name's Joseph Hart. I was born 1961 in Paterson, New Jersey. August the 24th. My birthday will be coming up in a couple days. Things I hate about this town, I see a lot of crap. I take the transit bus, New Jersey Transit, and you got all these cars and the motorbikes and all this other crap. Where's the sidewalks for the pedestrians? You know, it's not right. And another thing that's messed up is that there's no respect. Respect is dead in this town, especially for people like me and other people too that's disabled. And there's so much I want to bash on, but I'm not here to bash any of you guys here. You guys got to do what you got to do. But I'll tell you one thing. Another thing that need to be addressed, I like to see more law enforcement out here. They give these tickets out for illegal parkers and don't give a damn where I park at and how I park. They block the fire hydrants too, and that's a damn shame. You know, Paterson used to be like this, but now, to me, all the garbage, the recycling, all this crap, why not just have, the mayor should just have it for its one shot. You know, you pick the garbage up, then pick up the cardboard and whatever other crap. Because to me, it's all garbage. That's why you're going to see all the rats and raccoons and all this. And especially where I got to go up on by St. Joe's. Oh, man, that's nasty as hell. You know? But that's all I got to say right now. And that's the way I feel about the city of Paterson, my town, my city. You know, the mayor should be here. I mean, there were times, Graves was the best mayor of Paterson back in the days. At least he ride up in the hoods. And anything go down, state troopers behind, you know? But this mayor, I don't know what the hell is he. You know, it needs somebody that care about this town if they're gonna be a real Patersonian. That's all I got to say. Y'all have a good night. Everybody be safe. God bless you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Deborah Hannibal. State your name, please.
Good evening, Council President, Madam Clerk, Council, Mr. BA, the administration. I would like to begin by expressing my deepest condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of our dear Madam Clerk, Jackie Murray. I had the distinct honor of working alongside Jackie, and I can say without hesitation that she was a consummate professional. She was intelligent, beautiful, principled, and unwavering in her integrity. She carried herself with strength and grace, especially in the face of adversity. And if you know, you know what I mean by that statement. Her courage and her commitment to public service left a lasting impression on all who had the privilege of knowing her. She will be deeply missed, and her legacy will continue to inspire us all. And I hope and pray that when the family is ready, that we could do more to honor her. So the other thing I want to talk about is that elections are coming. And I want to remind people that there is power. You have the power. And we saw that during the primaries, that if you show up and vote, you can affect change. And it's time for a change. It's time for a change. So please, register to vote. If you haven't voted in a long time, well, now it's time. Because I want you to notice, when you come up here, they ask you to sign in, they ask for your address. If you call in to make a complaint, they're asking for your address. But guess what? They go back and check to see if you're a registered voter. If you're not registered, you don't count. That's why your communities look the way they look, because they know you don't vote, and they don't care what happens to you and what happens to your children. No one is demanding that they build new schools. They're building buildings. They're even going to put in some type of assembly type of parking that looks crazy. It looks absolutely crazy, but I want to bring back hope, because there's hope. There's still some hope, and if we vote. So there's a project in New Jersey called the Million Voter Project, and I just heard about it, learned more about it last night. And we want to bring it to Paterson. So September 20th and 21st, we want to partner with churches, the League of Women Voters of Paterson. We want to branch out to all of Passaic County and have people, boots on the ground, to register 1 million voters in New Jersey, because we can affect change. You can put other people in these seats. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is former Councilman Bill McCoy. State your name, please.
Good evening, everyone. Bill McCoy, 15th Avenue. Where 2.5 years ago I was assaulted because somebody thought that I had more influence over prosecution than I actually do. And that remains unsolved, by the way, council members. I want each of you to remember that could have been you, and you should be asking somebody to account for that. I didn't come to talk about that, but I want to commend Ms. Annabelle for her comments with regards to Madam Clerk. I attended her funeral on Sunday, which was my birthday, by the way, and I want to thank the members of the Municipal Council and members of the public that were, in fact, attended that funeral service. And just to remind us that the clerk is the only employee that the council actually hires or supervises. And I'd like to say for myself that I thought we could have done better as a community. We have a fraternity, and we have a city with resources that respond, and I've seen us respond to funerals in-state, out-of-state, in a more representative way. And I think that we failed to do that in this case, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Let me say that I want to thank everybody for their support that showed up at the Jamaica Day and Gospel Fest on August 2nd and 3rd. It was an outstanding support, incident-free, no violence, no pushing, no shoving, and everyone had a great time. Let me also say, with regards to the water crisis, that in fact Paterson is the majority shareholder of Passaic Valley Water. I heard the mayor talk about them as if there were some foreign company that he didn't know about, but we actually are part owners. And it seemed as if Clifton and Passaic got together and put us in a minority position, but we have representative on the Water Commission that governs that body, and we should have them give us some presentation on the plans, the pipes, and where they're going. I see that I'm running out of time. I must jump back to this other issue. I heard Donald Trump is now proposing to get away with, to ban vote by mail, and I think my assault drove out of that. There was 800 ballots that were stuffed in Halden, and I'm looking forward to that case finally coming to an end. Thank you very much, council members. Good night and be well.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. Madam Clerk, roll call to close public portion.
Yes, ma'am. 1 second.
There are no more speakers. Roll call to close public portion.
Second.
Move to close by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call to close public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me try to address as many people as possible. I'll probably maybe try to start the end of the list. I believe her name was Ms. Brown, and with regard to the commentary on fighting. You know, I had the privilege of being part of many teams. In fact, I had the opportunity, the honor, to be a part of the last undefeated state championship team in the city of Paterson, of which many of my days after school was spent at the Hinchcliffe Stadium. Brother Keys, I know you remember Shorty, who took a lot of us in when, you know, we didn't really have much to do in the community. The stadium was like a safe haven, right? But in being part of that team, the year prior, we didn't win any games. We lost every game. I was my sophomore year. And, you know, it was turmoil with the team. It was a lot of fighting. Whenever you have a team that's not effective, there's going to be discourse. You see it on the NFL level. You see it on the NBA level. You see it in Congress. This is not a kumbaya. This is not a church outing. People, then, you know, I know she, you know, she's a godly woman. I respect that. She brought scripture here, but there's a reason why there's a huge talk about the separation between state and church, because this is a place where it's required or necessary to have discourse. See, in debate is supposed to bring about that discourse. When there's an inability to debate professionally, right? When people find offense in their accusations, is because of what Brother Keys talked about tonight. You know, when there's and Brother Olivares talked about, when there's a position that people feel insulted, they often get defensive. And they get insulted by truth. It's not insult. Somebody's calling them, you know, dirty names or anything. The definition of stupid is what it is. You can't change that. The definition doesn't change. The Bible, I mean, the dictionary can change languages, but it's still interpreted the same way. But one of the things I wanted to talk about was, you know, relative to Council President, which I don't really, you know, I'm just giving my opinion. She can run the meetings how she sees fit. But having people call ahead and then making a judgment on who is to speak longer, I mean, that means somebody could call ahead and if she doesn't necessarily like what their perspectives are, then she can say, no, I'm not going to grant that. But truncating people's commentary still, to me, feels that it's a misuse of power, and it still negates the public's concerns. It doesn't answer the public's questions. A lot of things happened tonight that the BA did not answer to. Ms. Muhammad asked a question, and it wasn't answered. Somebody else had asked the question and said they would hope to have it answered. I think it was the young lady, relative to getting reimbursements from the Water Commission. So, from my understanding, the Water Commission is being, and in fact, the governor's office placed the full burden on them, that they are going to pay for everything that needs to be replaced. That includes if there was an unforeseen expense that you took on as a resident, please submit those your expenses, because through the administration, because again, a lot of people don't understand the role. We are an owner. Therefore, the mayor, through his appointees, should be accountable to the residents. That's why you guys hold the mayor accountable. He appoints someone responsible. And I'll say this, not to talk about Councilwoman Cotton, because she's not the only appointee, right? But if the mayor was really being responsible, nobody has a more of an understanding on construction, and I'm here consistently trying to hold him accountable. If he really wanted to do the responsible thing, right, he would have said, listen, Councilman Jackson, I know we have a difference of opinion, but guess what? You are the person that's, always making a fuss. And then therefore, if there was any failures at the Water Commission, he could then point the finger at me and say that I was being irresponsible. But if he wanted to be responsible, he would have placed me on that board, but I digress. Council President, I would like to make a suggestion. I don't know if you already placed this in motion, but I think that, through the chair, I'm hoping that the council members would agree. Just like our good officer here who lost his life, Officer Franklin, who lost his life in the line of duty, Madam Clerk has been laid to rest in the line of duty. I don't think we've ever had a clerk who have went on while servicing. We may have had some who retired, but she lost her life in the line of duty. I propose that we find a space on this wall within the chambers to make sure that it's commemorated permanently, and that she remains, her picture remains hanging on this wall the same way we do with officers who lost their life. I propose that we do that for her as well. So I don't recall who it was. I should have did a better job in taking this note. I believe it was the young lady somebody complaining about noise and said that the police need to do their job. So for a point of clarity, police officers, their jurisdiction, obviously it goes into your home if you break a law in the home, but noise is not necessarily, and hours of operation is not a police matter. Now, when it comes to ABC hotspots, we do have an ABC police coordinator with the police department that enforces the hotspot ordinance on these various businesses that stay open beyond 12. But the businesses that like body shops and auto repairs, places that staying open beyond certain hours and then doing business during a certain time, and then also violating what the zoning requirements are, those are evening time inspectors that need to be placed on duty, which we don't have. In fact, the only even nighttime inspector that I know about is the one that came to my business, after hours and New Year's Eve. Other than that, the mayor needs to allot for these various departments, our zoning officers, the DPW, because various inspectors do their responsibilities are in different spaces. For example, if they're, blocking the sidewalk, things of that nature, it comes from various inspectors. We have to empower these directors to be able to put inspectors on the job, not just in the evening, but also on the weekends. So when these guys are conducting what's not business, that there could be some level of accountability. And that's where, because I believe Christopher, I forget his last name, but no, not Smalls that came here tonight. The gentleman who he lives on Governor Street, and he did a live video. Exactly, Charles. So that business that's derelict, blasting music all throughout the evening, although we can take police there, police don't, there's no, outside of them violating the noise, which they have to have these noise detectors, they can't write a summons for that, but someone else in these various departments can, if they're staying open beyond the normal business hours and et cetera. So the fact that the mayor has not implemented a task force, because we've done that in the past, to go out and make sure these businesses are not doing what they're supposed to be doing or not supposed to be doing, the one across the street on Bridge, right on Bridge and Arch and River, they put a stage up in their parking lot and had a live performance in their business. They don't have a CO for that. I mean, the BA should be on that, but, you know, he's not really here for that. Now, lastly, Charles Ferrer talked about how we should be holding these developers accountable. How long have I been talking about this, Brother Gilmore? When Councilman McCoy was on the council, I pointed out specifically how Jersey City requires their developers to do certain things. So I brought it here, did a presentation. Jersey City required their developer to bring forward $25 million to build a school. And they do that. They hold their developers accountable when it comes terms to infrastructure. Yes, you want to come here, you want to, you know, impede on the quality of life of the neighborhood, no problem. You want to make a buck on a developer's fee, great. But what are you going to give back to the community? We have not done that. I've been crying bloody murder. So the young lady, Ms. Brown, saying, you know, let's talk about solutions. I present solutions every single night. There's not one thing that I make an argument about where I don't present a solution. If we're going to allow developers, in fact, when we voted on that trailer for $1.4 million, I pointed it out then. Like, we cannot allow developers to continue to come into the city, make boatloads of money, and then not hold them accountable for making a contribution back here. You know, I was fortunate.
Councilman.
I was fortunate that I was able to go to college. I would have never been able to go to college. I went to college on a full scholarship, and it was sports was the vehicle. And in order to get me to the level, outside of individuals like Joe Keys that donated his time, but in order to get me to the level to be able to attain a full scholarship, I had to develop my skills leading up to. And the way I developed my skills was I played for various teams that was sponsored by various businesses in the community. The bottom line, I'm speaking, Councilwoman, please don't interrupt me. Bottom line.
Just ask you to wrap up.
I'm going to continue further if you do that, if you continue to do that. I'm going to just continue on. Okay. Bottom line, Trip Trojans, New Jersey Banks, McDonald's, all of these businesses that have come into our community, they don't make any contributions. Now, I will acknowledge, Mr. Florio does, but there hasn't been any that has had a compounded impact. So the contribution that's being made, where is it going? You know, 30,000 here to send a kid to Florida, that's not an impact. The consistency of having children to be able to have outlets to consistently go to. So, Councilman Kalik is absolutely correct. I am running for mayor, and I will change all of that. All of that. If you're going to do business in this city, you're going to contribute to the youth in this city. That's the bottom line. If you're going to get a contract in the city, you're going to hire the people that live in the city. We have to do that. If you can't do that, then you cannot do business in the city. That's how Newark changed things there, and that's how we're going to change things in the city of Paterson. We got to be responsible. So, yes, I do provide solutions, do provide options. I can't help it that the council chooses to go another way, and whether you look at it as fighting or discourse, I'm going to continue to point out to you when they're doing these irresponsible actions, because those irresponsible actions that they try to make it look like we have no choice, it's a detriment to you, to the community. So I won't do that. Madam Clerk, I appreciate the time. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Well, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, those who are here and those who are watching us live. And many of you shared many things, but I would say many of you shared about the water crisis. And I would like to thank everyone, individually, organization-based, stepped out and supported the community in the crisis. But one thing we have learned that we have to have clear knowledge as what are the plan for the Pacific Valley Water Commission, what are the next jobs on the pipelines. So this kind of clarity is important. And it is as we have mentioned and other council members mentioned that we are the owner of the Pacific Valley Water Commission, one of the 3 municipalities, us, Clifton, Passaic, and we should have a knowledge that what are the pipes are aging, what are the works that scheduled, what are, and this kind of knowledge I think our council members should have clarified from Pacific Valley Water Commission. So I'd like to see there is a subcommittee created by us from the council, and council have direct communication with Paterson with Pacific Valley Water Commission that what are the plan or what are the infrastructure that in pipelines for the work. So I'd like to see that before anything happens that we experienced in the last week. We don't want to see that coming back again and again, but we have to be prepared for this. So with that being said, I'd like to thank everyone, those who participated. I'd like to thank my wonderful team that were out there for 7 days and nights. And I'd like to thank all the contributors that came up and supported our initiative. So thankful to everyone. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to share the same sentiments. Speaker Christina from East 31st Street came to the council here and explained about a situation about a lot 3 houses away or 2 houses away from her property. East 31st between 20th Avenue and 21st Avenue has 3 houses, 1 mechanic shop, and that lot that parks limos. And she lived between 1 house and the auto shop. Ms. Christina, I understand your frustration. Why? You call me every time when there's a situation in your block at the middle of the night, send me videos to address quality of life issues there. I haven't failed you. I send PD when it's PD situation. I send community improvement when it's community improvement situation. I send zoning department, and Mr. Inspector Director Castro is here from zoning, and he could attest that this property have been issued summons. I don't collect money from summons. The summons money is collected by the courts, and you could go and open up the records and how many tickets they have gotten. But yes, I have a relation with the constitution. This owner, not even from the 5th Ward, it's from the 3rd Ward, advised him how he had to maintain his property. It's not my fault. It's not your fault that Mother Nation, we got raccoons everywhere. I got raccoons in my house. I had to buy a electronic device to scare them away, rodents and all that stuff, because if not, my husky is going to be fighting with a skunk and everybody around the backyard. So if you understand that this time of the season they come out, but Director Castro, Director Gilmore, they're aware of this property. They have visited, DPW have visited this property to address the quality of life and the issues there. So, but to say I'm responsible, to say that I take money from owners to not address the situation, they the one that address the situations when we report it. And now sometimes I tag them, send them emails and pictures and all that stuff regarding quality of life. Regarding quality of life, allow music, PD is aware how many times I call PD at any time of the day, any time of the night to address quality of life in the 5th Ward. I know where the hotspots are. I know how to report them. But meanwhile, we in the street to address that, sometimes we are risking our own life. Trust me. and they know where I live. So the lady that came here and made this speech and about that she watched the meeting, this is an eloquent message that she sent. And I commend her because she finished with the word of God. I know the separation between the church and the government, but I cannot ignore that if we don't listen to that word of gospel and live it in us, we cannot go nowhere. Mr. Joe Key, I respect you a lot. I like the lyrics and the point that you bring here. I understand your frustration, but sometimes I say, why not go there and tell this individual right in his face on 175 Broadway, listen, I have a problem with you. Let's sit down and talk about it. You know, it's freedom of speech. You could come here and announce it, but I think he got a policy that he could go and knock his door and tell him how you feel regarding things. I think he will listen to you and probably come to a consent to move the city forward. You are the gentleman, just to the public audience out there, you guys recall the incident of a gut and gun situation?
Councilman.
No, and I gotta put this in the record. This individual, Joe Key, with another council member, went to the prosecutor's office to charge me with 8 civil complaints of criminal charges. And I didn't know that was going on. And I received a letter from the prosecutor's office that there was no credible evidence that I commit any crime against him or against Councilman Jackson. So, meanwhile they fight against me, I let the Lord fight for me because the truth always comes out. But still, Mr. Joe Key, I gave you a hug the other day and I didn't even know the letter was in the mail. So, in other words, if you are frustrated, you have the right to seek help and the right to go to the person directly and probably bring ideas that really are going to move this city forward. You're a professor. You're a professor, and you teach stealing. Sir, I didn't interrupt you when you see it, but I was listening to you. You're a professor in Passaic County Community College, and I have complaints of parents how you teach regarding us. Okay?
Councilman.
But that will come in their time. About the water situation, you know, I don't think neither of us knew that that pipe was behind the stadium. So, Madam President, I'm not going to go like other councilmen trying to stop you, but I just want 2 minutes. Nobody, not even me, knew about that pipe going behind that mountains or behind the stadium there. One thing I had to praise is the Water Commission did supply with their budget the water to the residents of the city of Paterson, and the fire department and the OEM did the job to use it the right way to deliver the water to different parts. And I also commend the councilmen that came out and did what they had to do without complaining, without pointing fingers, and do what they have to do to satisfy the residents of Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you. Council President?
So I'm going to say this before we close. On July 1st, I had an ask, and that was for the level of respect, not just from the community side, but from this dais. And we have to be careful as council persons when you antagonize someone in the audience and then you expect them not to respond, because you know they are going to respond after you make your commentary to someone directly pointed in the audience. So we have to be the change that we want to see. If we don't want to cause that kind of interaction or that kind of disruption, then we have to stop creating it. So I'm going to reiterate it, not just from this side, because we can talk about the community coming to the mic all we want, but if the council members are doing the exact same thing, then we're just as wrong as the community. So I'm going to ask again to our council members that we be the change and the reflective decorum that we expect, that we exemplify it as well. To our BA, please, I need us to check into the 911 system. Someone called me today. They called 911 for an incident of somebody very irate and acting erotic. It took 45 minutes for someone to come, and so they challenged me to check it, and I called 911, and I did not get anyone to answer. That's a very serious situation. I'm not sure if it's a 1 or 2 time thing, but I wanted to put it on the record because those individuals are watching. To the public that are present and viewing, thank you so much for coming out and sharing your issues and your concern. There was the 35th Legislative District on August the 14th. They sent a letter to Governor Murphy in regards to the crisis. Senator Wimberly, Assemblywoman Sumter, and Assemblyman Abdelaziz. And these are the acts in regards to the water crisis. 1, emergency financial relief, directing funds from the state emergency reserves or available relief programs to offset residents and small business expenses incurred as a result of the crisis. 2, utility bill credits or forgiveness, collaborating with the Passaic Valley Water Commission to provide account credits or forgiveness for the affected billing cycle, recognize that customers have paid for undelivered or unsafe water service. 3, small business assistance, deploying rapid response grants or zero-interest loans to help small businesses recover from lost revenue and spoilage of goods. 4, infrastructure resiliency investment, prioritizing state and federal funding to accelerate replacement of aging water infrastructure to prevent future large-scale failures. This letter, and I will post it on my social media page on tomorrow. Please share it, but this letter was sent by our 35th Legislative District team to the governor on August the 14th. I will put it on my page. Please share it, and I will put it on a lot of the platforms as well, so that community will know that the 35th Legislative team, led by our Senator Benji Wimberly, Assemblywoman Sumter, and Assemblyman Abdelaziz, they are fighting and advocating in Trenton on our behalf. There's many concerns and commentary that was made at the microphone, and there's many grand openings. The food pantry, Lorenzo and Mr. Rucker called me today, this Thursday at 2 o'clock at 77 Park Ave. They will be having the grand opening or ribbon cutting of the food pantry this Thursday at 2. There's also a new restaurant on Broadway called Pico de Payo on the corner of Broadway and Summer. And then at 583 River Street, I forgot the name, but in this, if you go to 583 River Street, there's a new supermarket, a new store that's there. They have amazing fish and macaroni and cheese. So I'm just putting it out there. Brother Mark, 583 River Street, I can't wait to come before this week is over to come and try it out. In closing, I want to say this. MEMS never has to use crisis to do politics. During the water crisis, my family didn't have water. My water was affected because it was low pressure, but I wasn't out of water. So instead of me complaining or pointing fingers, when it initially happened, the water wasn't here from Passaic Valley Water Commission in the beginning. So I made some phone calls and received 40 cases, traveled to the senior buildings with the van, dropping off bottles so they could take medicine. Then another company called, said I have another 40 cases, still went around, didn't take photos of anything. There was only one photo that was taken, and it was from one of the businesses that donated the water, because we went to a subacute care center where we had our seniors that are 98% Paterson residents that were there, and they said that they were running out of water and the reserve was low. So we went there first. We called Mr. Michael Jordan, who's watching. We called him, made the round around robin, and just went to different places. I commend the water commissioner, OEM, everyone, even where myself and Councilwoman Davila, when we pulled up to Coat Arms, and the seniors were a little upset with me last week because they said, why didn't you say anything? Because we got your back. I'm like, but it wasn't about that. For me, I don't have to do the back and forth. When we pulled up, myself and Councilwoman Davila, to Coat Arms, we were there to meet Fireman Troy Ayers, who's the OEM coordinator, our fire department, and our police department. And when we pulled up, the seniors were outside waiting on water. We went inside to the property management office to let them know that we had cases of water that were being delivered and a 6,000-gallon tank, 18-foot tank gallon that was coming to bring water for their flushing. In that building, water had been distributed the night before by Councilman Jackson at that building, and a big shout out to Silver Fox, who had took ice cream and potato chips. Actually, Henry Adamson said he took ice cream and one of the seniors saw the chips, so he ended up having to give the chips to everybody in the building. So we were just there, myself and Councilwoman Davila, only with OEM. We weren't there for publicity. We weren't there to make a name for ourselves. We were working in collaboration, as all council members have been doing all that week, going to let them know that we were bringing this 18-foot trailer that was carrying 6,000 gallons of water to their building to help them get prepared. And that's what we did. We went inside, we questioned how many people live here. There was 204. So by the time DPW pulled up with the water from Brother Troy Ayers, they only had 168 cases. I made a phone call, as Council Vice President Davila can attest, and one of my partners delivered 50. So they already had like 13 cases from the night before that Councilman Jackson had delivered through the OEM process, and then they had flow. The flow was on the 1st to the 7th floor, and then sporadic in 8 through 13, there was no water, and so we were there to assist. We were not there because this is our job, so we weren't there to politicize. We are elected officials. We were there to work alongside of OEM, and that's what we were there for. And so I know you're watching Coat Arms, and I wanted to say it because you told me the night before you got the water from Councilman Jackson, Silver Fox bought the ice cream, and you were thankful for the water that was bought the day after. So all of us, every council person, I've done it on social media, I'll do it again tonight, every council member, I saw everyone out there working in the community. Sometimes it wasn't just in their wards, they were all over the place, because in the beginning, it was like they thought it was in certain areas, but we found out that it was in other parts of the city. So everybody just went to work, and that's what we do in a crisis. That's one of the things I respect about Paterson, and I love about our community. When we get in a crisis, we get to work, and I appreciate that. So for MEMS, it's never about politics. I didn't capture any photos. As a matter of fact, Councilwoman Davila and I, we didn't take any photos. My phone was actually dead when we were at Coat Arms. It was dead. So, and then the last thing I want to say, because someone said to me, they said, well, MEMS, you're good if you take a photo, and you're good if you don't take a photo. There's some people that if you don't take a photo, they say you didn't do anything. Then there's some people that if you take a photo, it's politics or it's photo opping. So you're never going to please everybody, but I just wanted to put it on the record as a woman of God and as an elected official. We were there working. That was our role as elected officials, to do what we were doing, not just at that location, but all over the city. And our Coat Arm residents and our seniors, you know I love you, and I wanted to come back to give that update. And so with that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close out public portion.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public portion is now closed.
Item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Item number 2.
Council President?
Yes.
I know there was some community members that had some direct questions that the administration still has not answered. I mean, I don't know this process, but is the BA going to answer to any of the questions that the residents had, or?
So thank you for that answer. So we have constituent services that is now here in the council meetings, and all of our residents that had concerns, they will get a follow-up. I came to the office and talked to constituent services after our last meeting. He followed up. We had 13 speakers, only 4 that came last week had complaints. Out of the 18 that came on tonight, I took note of the questions and concerns. They will receive a follow-up by by tomorrow or Thursday morning regarding the severity of their situation. So they will definitely get a response from constituent service.
So just for a point of clarity, because I thought you said there would be a report based on all the questions that's asked by the council, as well as those asked by the constituents from the administration every week. I thought that's what the point that you were driving home when you initially took the presidency. I thought the questions that we asked, because I still haven't gotten anything from the BA, and I know that, well, I don't know what those answers have been for the residents that have come forward with these concerns.
So yes, every meeting, the questions and or the concerns are outlined very clearly and succinctly by our Madam Clerk and our Secretary. They are emailed out. Responses are attached from our business administrator, and they've been doing that for a while, and it's been more coordinated now with the BA. He is working directly with them to make sure those responses are sent to us via email.
So I'm just the only one that's not getting the requests answered? Is that what this is?
I see your answers in there as well. When I see the emails, your questions and the answers are attached as well.
The report for Hinchcliffe State spending is...
And I'm glad you asked. So what
PRC, the report for...
So Councilman Jackson, you challenged me on July 1st, and you said, I'm going to support you to be council president. And you said, but there's 3 things I would like. I want to see the ARP dollars and the way they're spent, so I want the public to see that I'm handing it to you. It's been emailed, but I want to give it to you. You also asked for Hinchcliffe Stadium, which is not our report, it's the Board of Ed, but I took the due diligence to meet your challenge, and here's the Hinchcliffe Stadium report, and I have copies for all council members. The PRC report, we're waiting for the final response. There was an initial response that will be coming out sometime this week, but I was happy to accept your challenge, and all council members will get the following reports as well. Madam Clerk, roll call.
No, first reading.
Item number 2.
Item number 2.
Item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Item number 2 is the first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. Ordinance amending the Chapter 183 Construction Codes Uniform of the Paterson Municipal Code pertaining to certain fees, economic development.
So move.
Second. Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman.
Discussion.
Discussion.
I have a few questions to the
Councilman
director. Yeah.
Go ahead, come right here. Just come.
Good evening, Director. So thank you for staying that long. So there are some fee has changed on these things. I'm looking at the comparisons to the list. And obviously the number is very different based on the items. And what I'm trying to address is that when I take a look at the new construction fees, where the current fees is 0.03 per cubic, which is moved to 0.04, which is very slight different, right? But when it comes to the certificate of occupancy, especially CCO, continued occupancy, this number is I say, a very drastic change, which is $151 to $400.
Okay. Well, first, good evening, Council. So the reason why you see somewhat of a significant increase as it relates to the CCO is because it's not technically required from the construction department to issue. So I will defer to our construction official who can explain it in more or less detail or technical information.
So a CCO is really in lieu of violation whenever the construction official will revoke the CO for a building whenever there is a violation where nobody can occupy the building.
Right.
So the owner will request a CCO inspection to bring it back to compliance. It's not for the sale of a building, it's not for the sale of a structure or a sale of a 1 or 2 family house.
Right.
So it's not really it's not required. It's only whenever I revoke a CO, which in most cases should be rare.
So for my understanding and understanding of the people, so let's say I purchase a property, and when I go for occupancy, is it CO or CCO? That when I
It's nothing. You don't come to my office whenever you lease out an office or a building.
No, I'm saying, let's say a new buyer purchased the property, they have to come to the community improvement.
No, they would have to, in the case of a 1 or 2 family house, they would have to go to fire prevention, and they would inspect for carbon detectors and smoke detectors. If it's going to be a building, it's going to be also fire prevention, but they're going to look at specific things. It's fire prevention, not construction. Construction department is only for construction purposes.
But isn't it, they require continued occupancy or not?
No, the CO was never revoked.
Okay. The reason I want to make sure that the new home buyers are not getting impacted by this significant changes, because other numbers I felt that it could have changed more, because we're 0.03 and other numbers and 4, that's not actually changes. It's like really small number where you can make changes actually, because if someone can invest $500,000 to come up with a new construction, they can invest $500 somewhere, $5,000 somewhere. So I feel that way we can collect more revenues than CCO. This is what the logic I'm thinking. So again, if you want to move forward certain ways, it's okay, but you know.
We also didn't want to be punitive because it's been well over a decade since the ordinance had been increased. So we wanted to do an incremental rather than such a harsh, drastic, but this is the state minimum.
No, this is a good move. I wanted to see actually bigger number, trust me, especially on the new construction. Because that change, the slight changes, is really a very small number changes. So since we are going to the crisis at this point because of matching the budget situation, I thought it could have come up with actually better number on this.
So there are other items that have not been on the fee schedule since 2011 that we're introducing in this ordinance.
I'm fully supportive to it. Just only question was, I don't want to see the new home buyers. For some home buyers are getting impacted by this $400. You know, matter. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks.
Councilman Jackson.
So what are those items that's included now that was not there before?
So the solar is a new addition that was never included on the original ordinance. There's also issues related to plumbing, but
There are a few items on plumbing, the kind of definition of backflow preventers. The big one is mechanical. Any HVAC equipment is a free permit. EV car chargers. Certain fire items are not on there. It's a small number, but it's also it's a lot of permits in the city that we have to give away for free.
So two things. I would like to see, and I'll I guess do some homework as well, the comparables for mirroring communities. Because what I'm getting back from a lot of people who actually do construction is that it's very expensive to do business in Paterson. Not only is it expensive, but it's a very lengthy process that in other communities is, it's not as strenuous. But relative, I want to go back to the CO scenario. So if there's a storefront that's operated as a barbershop for 30 years, there's a CO that exists there, and then you said that, unless it's revoked, which is very rare, the CO still exists there. If that storefront is sold, or not the building is sold, but the storefront ceases to do business, and it has a new tenant that then becomes a flower shop, that CO that's existing there is no longer, or let me let you take it from there. What's the scenario?
It remains right there. They would have to go to zoning department to get approval from zoning. For construction purposes, they haven't done any construction. If a pharmacy comes in lieu of a B use, a pharmacy is an M use group, they would have to go to an architect for change of use analysis.
Change of use variance,
but if it's the same use group, and they're doing no construction, They have no business in my office. They would have to go to zoning.
No, I understand they don't go to your office because your office will be issuing the permits for construction, the subcode, but their CO still has to identify as what business, what type of business they're doing.
In the UCC, it does not. Legally, it does not.
I'm not saying from the purposes of the UCC. I'm asking, is their CO required to reflect the kind of business that they're doing?
No.
So there's no such thing. I mean, from my understanding, it was called the continued use of occupancy, a CCO, that's required to be acquired. So to your definition, a new business moves in, they don't need to report to the city what kind of business that they're operating at, or be privy to acquiring a certificate to actually do business in the city.
At a municipal level, that's at the city. That's the city's responsibility. But at the beginning, it would be zoning.
I understand everything that is being presented starts in zoning, and zoning then either gives it the approval if it fits the master plan and it fits into that zone and et cetera. Once they get a denial letter, if it's a building per se, then they will move forward through the process of going through planning and zoning. I understand that process. What I'm asking is, when a new business comes into existence, we're not talking about major alterations. We're not talking about moving non-load bearing walls. We're talking about a new business that comes into place. They're reorganizing, so to speak, or changing from the example again, from a barbershop to, say, a nail salon. There's various requirements, state requirements as well, when it comes to nail salons and things of that nature. So if there is no oversight process on the exchange or change of a business, then that means the neighborhood is subjected to potential businesses that should not be in that area, and or the businesses may not meet certain requirements. For example, if they move non-load bearing walls and they don't reconstruct the fire sprinkler layout, there's concerns of that. So how do we make sure, because in Paterson, we have tons of businesses that's operating under the radar, illegally, et cetera. If you're telling me right now that we don't have a process that requires a business to get a CCO, that means the previous business could have been doing legitimate business, but the future business, they could be doing something that's inappropriate. How do we know if we're not putting forward a process of inspection, et cetera?
So that's where enforcement comes in. So that's where we have the zoning office that are doing their routine visits, or just based on telephone calls that are received in the office. That's when we are alerted that there's possibly a potential issue, in which the zoning officer will deploy a member of his team to go out and take a look at the issue. It is at that point that if they determine that it's an illegal use, they are then provided with documentation for them to complete for a zoning permit, so they can apply for that particular use, but they're also given a fine for nonconformity.
Okay, before the director of zoning speaks, and director, if I may, what we're doing then is we're allowing, or we're putting the cart before the horse, because if we're not going to require a business to come in and fill out an application to actually come to start business, then we have to have a robust inspection department that's not going to miss, because we have thousands of businesses, thousands. And if no one reports it, how do we go in and give a fine when we didn't? He's saying, because I was always under the impression that if you open a new business, you're required to obtain a certificate of occupancy, not for the building, but for the business. And if you sell the building, which I think we need to change this process, because now we have owners who live in Brooklyn or wherever, right? How do we notate who's the owner and then hold people accountable for the things that they're doing? We don't have anyone on file. You didn't do any construction. It wasn't a major construction job. You didn't have to go through UCC. So now we have no owner information on file. We already don't do it now. We don't keep it in the tax office. We only keep an address. If you want to get in contact with the owner that's violating a local law, it's almost impossible to get in touch with them. Now you got to send them out a notice via mail. So this right here needs to be thoroughly discussed, because we should have a requirement in place. Just because they don't have to go through UCC and they're not doing construction, et cetera, they still have to get an approval through zoning. They should have an overall inspection if they're opening a new business, because, you know, they move some pipes around, or, you know, you have fire that you oversee as well. So at the very least, if fire should be required to go see the inspection, or let's say a building subcode and fire, because you're opening a new place. Did you change any walls? Did you change anything around? Did you move a drop ceiling that's required above and below? There's so many different factors that people's lives are in line, at risk, because we're just saying, oh, you don't have to do that. People are breaking the law like crazy in Paterson. They're doing whatever they want to, and it's you guys are the first line of defense. So I don't agree about, one, we're just looking at tacking on fees. It should not be about fees. It should be about responsibility, holding people accountable, and how do we do that if we don't have a specific process in place that's requiring people to leave their information, their personal contact information on owners, and so when they're violated, they can't utilize the excuse they wasn't noticed, and also a continuous use of occupancy or a renewal, because this is CO, CCO, and there's one more, isn't there? COA. I'm sorry? CFA. COA. Of what? Certificate of approval. Certificate of approval. And what is that one? When the construction work is finished. Yeah. I thought that was a CO.
No, that's for occupancy.
Mm-hmm.
So if a building cannot be occupied for the fire reasons or building reasons, that's when I give a CO. When you're installing chairs or floor or ceiling, and if you can occupy, I should see it. Or you're installing solar panels, you can still occupy the house, that'd be a CA.
Okay. Well, if we can, outline what we're doing with this process. I'm sorry, Director, go ahead.
Generally, we work very closely with the construction office. So in theory, if we do visit a property that's conducting business that's not approved, then we would immediately contact the construction office and let them know that there was work conducted at the property that was not approved, and they would issue violations to correct it. We're trying or working to try to get a business registration going where we can force property owners that have commercial spaces to register with us, so we can at least have a last approval or file of what's supposed to be there in terms of records, and possibly maybe a fee. I know that Mercantile has not been doing that, and we used to work with them. There's different processes to do it. Obviously, the office is complaint-based, and we go out if somebody's complaining, and we also can do sweeps in an area where something is reported to be an issue. But like you said, zoning is the land use office. They're the ones who determine the use of the building. Whatever's non-conforming or whatever's new has to be presented to us first, and then the construction part, the actual mechanisms of constructing the fit out, or whatever it is that you're doing, will go to the construction office, and those are the fees that are trying to be amended at the moment.
So I get it. I get it. We're doing fees, and the focus here is fees, which I'm just not in agreement with. I mean, we're fee burden enough.
The fees will the fees are really just to sustain the office, to make it self-sufficient, and that will allow enforcement to be more robust in the future.
Well, with all due respect, and I know this has nothing to do with you, and I'm saying it anyway, the fees that's been collected, although it was found in the past by Mr. Lobozo, that those fees should go directly back to your office to fund the operations that has not been. So the fees have been going directly to the administration, the mayor, to be irresponsible on his delegation of where the funds are going. So, but I still want to make sure, and Corporation Council can weigh in on this as well, that we're doing something that's going to continuously have a level of accountability. When a new business opens, they should definitely be required to receive some type of certificate from this department, whether it's a CEO, CCO, COA.
I think we've discussed it in the past where the ordinance does have something called a certificate of nonconformity that can be issued. And I'm not saying that should be fee-based, but it's in there where something can be issued to a certificate style, where it doesn't mean that you need a CO, but that the business is permitted and that it was registered.
Well, last question. I apologize, Council President. Very quickly, because this has definitely happened to me and Director Castro. This has definitely happened to me. So in the event where a building is older, and we know, because in the past, and I'm not saying it's still going on, but the young lady that used to work there will go out and accuse business operators of not having a legal occupancy. Then would they accuse me of that? And then in the archives, it had to be found that there wasn't an existing CO. So my point is, I get what you're saying, that we could probably implement something else, but if there's a CO, a process of certificate of occupancy, and this question then goes back to Director Gilmore, because during the time when he cited the Art Factory, for all of those various businesses that had occupancy but had no certificate, then what you're saying to me means that that was irrelevant. But the court upheld that those individuals, in fact, did need to have certificate of occupancy. It wasn't about the overall owner. It was about each individual business that was operating there, and they had to have an individual certificate of occupancy. And if we don't do that, then we run the risk of all of these businesses being able to say, hey, I've been here for X amount of years, and then grandfathered in, or, you know, a new business that says, the one that was here before me, they was doing it for the last 30 years. No, a new business should be required to get a certificate of continuation or a certificate of change or something of that nature.
The business should definitely be reviewed. If a structure had a nightclub in the 1970s and is now a barbershop, and the CO is still saying nightclub, obviously that wasn't approved, and that's something that we need to look into.
Correct. So how do we change that? That's my point.
Yeah, so it's a multi-layered approach. Right now, we're talking about the construction office, but there's additional ways that we can actually bring in oversight. That would be through the introduction of a business registration certification. So that's a different process that would register each and every business within the city so that there is a document that actually accounts for the intended use and what the business is actually serving as. It would require an annual recertification so that we can verify. It's done in other municipalities, but this is a separate conversation. It's still one that needs to be vetted.
Don't we have a process of mercantile licensing?
Mercantile.
Yeah.
The mercantile, right.
So that's how the business are registering.
So it's not currently working, well, it's not up and running right now. I don't know why that process.
So we have it in place then.
Council President.
I'm sorry.
Councilman Velez, were you done, Councilman Jackson?
Yeah, I'm done.
Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. First of all, I want to commend the new position of Mr. Rasho McCoy, Assistant Zoning Officer. Well deserved, Mr. Rasho. I know you're going to do a ratio. Sorry for my Spanglish. Puerto Rican, Taino. You got some blood of Tainos too, Jamaica. But I want to commend this new position that you have. I know that as a constituent services that you lead that division, and beginning 2006, you do a great job here in this department. Madam Director, what are we doing here? You know, really, what are we doing here? What are we doing to incentive to attract new business owners in the city of Paterson. What we are doing to incentive those individuals to come and invest in our city. What we are doing is like scaring people away with these fees. And not only that, Councilman Uden stated that he just want to make sure that new homeowners or people that want to do new construction don't be hurt in this process. This is not singling out projects, but from the small to the big ones, they had to get more finance. They had to they have a number to new construction. Now they have to turn around everything, the application, because the change of fees. What they getting back is my concern. Are they getting back on-time approval, inspections, on time, not waiting 30, 2 months, 6 months probably for a stamp to operate? I got individuals calling me that their business are being closed because a reinspection of a plumbing, or reinspection of electric, or they need to do an appointment through the
Councilman
online.
Velez, do you have a question for the directors and their staff, or are you just making points of reference?
No, I'm doing the experience first that people are having out there, and my question is, what are we doing to incentive, really, to bring new business into the city of Patterson and not just put a block?
Councilman Velez, the question, your point is not there, that's not their.
Yeah, it's operational.
Incentivizing businesses to come to Paterson is separate and apart from the current conversation we're having, which is on the increase in construction fees to assist with the sustainability of that department. Right now, without the increase in fees, the city is unfortunately, cash-strapped, but it's also leading to the inefficiencies within the department because it's not self-sustaining. The fees that would be increased would help support that division so that Ahmed, as a construction official, is able to hire, recruit, and retain individuals to then help the projects move through the process efficiently. Right now, there's a backlog in projects because there's not sufficient staff.
Okay.
It's not adequately staffed because they're not collecting the fees that they need to.
So here comes my question, now that you put that on the floor. The state took over the police and gave them $10 million. The state took over this office.
The state did not take over the office.
They oversee the
No, the
office.
state is there to collaborate with the city
Oh,
to help
okay,
with the
so
inefficiencies in the
collaboration. As a collaboration, you don't think the state?
Councilman.
Hold on, Council President,
If there's a
please.
question related to the construction fees
It's operational. You requesting the council to increase the fee for operational, but at the same time, headline news say that the state is overseeing this office. Don't you think that the state should give you a hand and say you need funding to operate this office? Are they overseeing this office? Don't you think?
Point of privilege, Director.
Why?
Point of privilege.
Yeah.
Councilman, you are directing questions to the director and her team in regards to the
operation.
The state.
No, but regarding the state's role and responsibility of what they're doing in that particular department. They are here before us for increasing fees that have not been increased since 2011. If you want a separate and apart conversation to identify what the role and responsibilities have been or why the state is here, we can do that.
Okay.
But this item before us is either you're going to vote yes or no. We have our Madam Clerk here, we have our Secretary, people in here, they're still impacted with the boil water advisory, and that question, that's not what we're voting on. I like your points of reference, but we can have a separate and apart conversation or just ask the Chair of Economic Development to be a part of their committee, which is fine, but Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote.
So let me ask you a question, Council President, if may I. To direct the question then to the BA, not regarding whatever this increased fee doing. Mr. BA, to the chair, Is it possible that, knowing that the state is overseeing this office, that you could ask them if they could fund it too?
Just write a letter. Do what you normally do.
He'll take that as a point of recommendation. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Council President?
Councilman,
That's nice.
Very good. Director, last question for you. Last year, how much money did your office bring in collectively? About?
Department or the construction office?
No, the entire department, everything. Zoning, CI, construction subcode, everything.
I don't have the numbers on the top of my head, but I know since January, there has been significant revenue that has been collected out of that office that exceed $1 million that was not being collected previously.
So, okay,
Well, more than that, but that's specific to the construction office.
what I believe you're referring to is the derelict fees that was not collected
correct.
previously. That's not what I'm referring to. What I'm trying to get a gauge on is profit or inflows versus outflows. A basic snapshot on what your operations cost us through the budget. You should pretty much have an idea because I know you just recently just going through the budgeting process. So what is the office generating? So we're increasing fees right now, right? Because we're talking about the inappropriate staffing levels, not being able to fulfill permits, timely and things of that nature. You talk about, there's a deficiency in staff. So my question to you, because it was directly posed as an accusation from the previous subcode director, that the office brings in substantial amount of money, and yet is being misdirected or redirected, let me say. And relative to Councilman's point, right, and trying to nitpick on whether or not the state should be making a contribution, if the office is generating enough to sustain and to increase volume by, if the office is generating enough revenue every year in order to justify hiring more staff, that's letting us know that the administration is not being responsible with the money that's being generated. So as we're here making a proposition to increase fees, which, in many cases, right now, in this point of time, it's impacting outsiders more because more developers come to the office with proposals than people from inside. But the way it actually should be, the way it impacts the individuals in other communities, it impacts the residents. So ultimately, once this whole developer thing goes away and they decide they're no longer interested in, or they suck the lemon dry, those fees that we're implementing now, they're going to directly go impact the residents and the owner-occupied facilities. So again, my question is about, like in general, how much is the department generating yearly in revenue? And then how do we do a comparison on what is it costing to run the department? How many employees, whose salaries, and et cetera?
So right now, the entire department has about a $4 million budget. So if we look at each division individually, I would say they generate, with the exception of zoning, I'll take them out of the equation right now because they don't even have, fees. That's another area that needs to be looked at. For a basic permit, the fees that are being charged out of the zoning office are very minimal at best. They're not even competitive with what other municipalities are charging, big or small. So the construction department annually brings close to $2 million. Community improvements, if you take a look at what they bring in terms of the vacant and abandoned properties and foreclosures, they're hovering about 1.2. About 1.2. Zoning, again, is about $200,000? Yeah. So again, I can, present a more formal look at what the numbers are. I don't want to spitball and just,
But we
right
have
now,
to,
I know the
these
total
are
budget
these
for
are the details that we need. We should have these details relative to considering raising fees, especially if we're going to talk about why are we raising fees. If you're saying we need to raise fees so we can increase capacity, increase productivity, then we have to make sure that the fees that we're increasing doesn't wind up in another line item. The other thing is this. I thought through zoning, every time you have an application come through, put a special application through, and et cetera, that those are all fees that's going through zoning, right? Planning and zoning is
The permits that are free are the permits that are required to obtain a construction permit. So the pre-approval to obtain a construction permit, those are free. The ones that are not free are the developer's applications, which are the ones that get reviewed by the board.
These are the general fund.
And those require escrow payments so that they can be reviewed and then in turn go in front of the board for a hearing.
so. But those fees, was that included in the number you gave the director of what your department is generating, the $200,000+?
Yeah,
Those fees for application fees for special meetings and things of that nature?
yes, more
So,
or less. Yeah.
so I was under the impression that those fees went directly to the professionals and et cetera, that, these are third-party,
So the fees that
third-party
you're talking
professionals.
about relate to the escrow that relates to the review of those applications by the third-party vendors, which is separate. I'm happy to detail specifically, if you want a budget breakdown for each division, I'm happy to do that. The issue was for the construction department, again, this relates all to the construction department fee ordinance. All of the fees previously were going into the city's general fund. They were not going back to a dedicated line item specific to the construction office for them to utilize. That's the issue. That's what we're trying to correct and rectify with the introduction of this ordinance.
So, and I'll wrap here, Councilman. Okay, so therefore, that's something that needs to be definitely on this council. This council has the direct responsibility to make sure if we're always complaining, right? Council members of, and goes back to Mrs. Brown, where she talked about no one's giving a solution. Council members always complaining that people are complaining, it's taking, extended lengths of time to get permits. But if we sit here and allow for the money to be extracted from the department, and we don't allow for, because a city of our size, right, should have multiple subcode inspectors. It shouldn't be one building inspector, one plumbing inspector, one electrical inspector, one fire. We should have multiple. It's impossible for all the applications to come through. And Director, I'm not sure if you've managed to begin to digitize, because even the process of taking in, let's say, board applications. You have 8 different, what are they required to supply? 9, because there's 8 board members. How many plans are they required to supply?
Up to 15 plans.
15 plans. And then I've gotten multiple. There's one that the director been gracious enough to help me with, a client or a constituent that has had their plans lost 4 times, 3-4 times. So we have to look at process. What are we doing? I mean, we're just raising fees, and we're not. What the residents are crying about is not about how much taxes they're paying, but it's about the amount of services that they're not receiving. So if we're going to raise fees, then that means we have to be willing to represent that by way of services. And we can't do that if we're just going to allow you and the mayor to just raise the fees, and then we don't have an outline on, one, how much does your department produce? Then how much is required on the output? So we know exactly what the expenditures are needed to be. And lastly, I'll just say this thing. I would like to definitely see the CO process, whether it's not required, just make sure that it's implemented, because we have to have, you have people that are doing illegal construction on apartments. They got a 2-bedroom, then they reconstruct it, turn it into a 3 or 4, and then if there's no CO when the place was taken over, see, the CO process will allow for that inspection even though there's no construction. But if there's a change of hands on the property, in order for the new owner to obtain a continued use of occupancy, there should be an overall inspection that takes place. That's definitely something that we have to build in, because people are making acquisitions of properties, they're altering them, and then they say, oh, it's like this when I brought it.
But that's part of the re-rental process. So, like I said earlier, it's really a multi-layered.
But I'm sorry, not to interrupt, Director. If they don't have a rental, right? Let's say if it's an owner-occupied, two-family, right? Then they got somebody in the basement. They have someone, we still have to have a CO process for the new acquisition. Because if they don't come down because they got their brother living in a second-floor apartment, they're not required to get a rental certificate, then we don't have an idea. We need to have a process of inspection on acquisition of property, because it goes through taxation. And when there's a change of hands, taxation, there should be a communication process amongst all the departments. Division of taxation, a new property change, we need to get an inspector over there, we got to get in your property. That way we don't have to be doing these paying astronomical fees for reassessments.
No, agreed.
Thank you, Councilman. Great points of reference. Just take those points of reference and work it through our Economic Development Committee. Councilman Khalid.
I just want to clarify a couple of things. Councilman Jackson, I do agree with everything that you said. According to State Monitor, our ED department, UCC as well, is short of staff, big time. That's one thing. And also, that this department should be self-sustainable.
Yes.
Meaning they should be able to generate money. It's not a revenue-generating department. They should be able to generate the money with the fees or whatnot they collect, and they should have enough employees to run their department sufficiently so the residents of Paterson could get proper service.
Yes.
This is one of the ways of generating revenue, not for the other department, for your department, so you could hire enough staff to run that department. That's what I understood from the meeting that I had with the director and the state monitor. I just want to clarify that for everyone.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Wait a second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President,
Councilman Cotton.
let me just ask you, Director, how many employees would you say, you said there's four department under?
In the construction department?
Yes.
There are roughly, if you include the subcode officials and the inspectors, including the technical and clerical staff, it's close to 20. I would say about 15 to 17 individuals.
Okay. Now, and how many would you say that's needed more?
So right now, our subcodes and our inspectors are part-time or more than part-time, which is the biggest issue. To get through plan reviews and to do inspections, we would need to bring in at least, 35 staff total. It would be an increase of both subcode inspectors, clerical, technical assistants would be needed.
Put in full time.
So actually, you probably need about 15 more people.
Yes.
At least.
Yes.
So, by increasing the fees, would it help you to?
Yes.
To get the more staffing? Huh?
Yes.
The more staffing that you would need to get to where you need to get, because as of now, I believe that I think everything is so backed up. It's taking people too long. I think one of the biggest issue is that people sometimes wait 2 years to go before a board, and they don't pay for a special meeting. They wait for a regular meeting. So I think that really needs to be looked at too. Regular meeting, opposed to special meetings. So So with this increase, that will help you get your numbers up to what you need to get up to.
Historically, there has been no budget of record on the department to understand where we're supposed to be at. After this year and after next year, we're going to get a clearer image of what is actually required and needed for the department, for my office.
For your office?
Yeah, there will be reports produced and a budget produced and projections of what is going to be needed for the office.
Okay, I understand.
We started to do that, right. So we've started to do that, so we have actual documentation, and we've done an analysis from the start of this year to present. So we have an idea of what is needed to really operate that department.
To really operate it. Thank you, Director.
Roll call on first reading, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Roll call on item number 2 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
So, I'm a bit concerned. I raised, I believe, what is a number of very important items that should definitely have some adjustments to this thing before this moves forward. You know,
What is this?
I think this is an effort to drive someone else's agenda, realistically. Because if we don't know what our department is in need of, by not knowing.
We know what's needed. We need staff. We need bodies.
Director, we're in the middle of roll call.
Poll question.
If we don't know what we're generating and what's already in the office, you can say you need staff all day, but if the department is already generating what's needed and we don't have those figures, and we don't know exactly what is needed, how we're going to acquire it. We don't even know if these increases are going to be substantial enough to cover what the need is. Because we didn't outline a plan by saying, listen, if we want to cut productivity or increase productivity by 50%, well, we need this many staff members. It's going to cost this much. Like, this is how you present a plan to do something. You don't just increase fees when we don't know the volume of what we have, how much these fees are going to increase revenue, just based on the volume, right? We could have come up with a report to say, last year we had 250,000+ applicants. If those applicants paid this, then this is what we would have generated. This how much staff we could have put in place, etc. That's showing a robust plan on what we need, what the projections are. But we can't come here and say, well, I don't quite know, it's about this much, about that much, and then not have an outline on the plan of what it is that we're aiming for. Because now we're just pulling out a gun, shooting in the dark. You know, I'd rather have a sniper on the roof than somebody, you know, with no experience on the ground, you know, just busting off caps. I can't support this. It's not ready. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to see what my Councilman Jackson talked about, projection as well, before the second reading. I'll support the first reading. Before the second reading, I would like to see a projection. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Omar.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udin.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, directors and everyone who are present, just notice the operation done by community improvement and all the departments and economic development. People are very frustrated about the situation, shortage of staff. Even right before the meeting starts, or in the meantime, when I was speaking to Mr. Castro, so many people, when you're leaving the text on people's door, people trying to reach back, call at this number, nobody responds to call. That happens, you know that. So this is a frustration that's going on, and everyone knows that this is particularly this department. When someone calls for suggestion, and people call regularly for these things, and I was showing 2 of those text messages that came today to Mr. Castro. So when we navigate people to that particular department. People are really scared to go there because of shortage staff, the length of the applications and everything. I like to see that it's moving forward, the process getting faster. Also, when it comes for inspectors available, I think there should be inspectors you should hire for the weekends as well, because so many illegal construction takes place on the weekend. I have heard on my own ears that someone was suggesting someone a construction, so I was saying, oh, do this on the weekend, nobody's available at the time. So think about how people are thinking, mindset, and we don't want to see that continued. So I like to see, yes, it is very true that you have to have clear projection and how this increase is going to support you toward hiring more individuals for the department, or whether we have to allocate more money from the budget or push more money from the budget for a particular department or not. So I think that would be better for the council members to know where are you standing at this point. But I like to see that if you have enough money to move forward, hire more individuals. And again, your leadership is commendable, no question about it. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
So before the state monitored this office, right, this division, UCC, we had 8 employees. That's way before the state started monitoring. 4 inspectors, plumbing, building, electric, and fire inspector, right? Plus the UCC director that was at that time was Jerry Labozo, 5. You have another clerical, 7. I'm counting the cubics that they were sitting. It's like 7 employees, right? Now you stated that you had 17 or 20 employees. That increased. A couple of months ago, the salary of them went a little bit higher, that they got a raise for the work they're doing. So you are being fully staffed, plus the health. I'm talking about 7 employees that you had, 7 or 8 employees before the state came in. Now you had 17, 18 employees, roughly 20, that's what you say. With the help of Mr. Washington, things have been working good, and now you have another UCC individual operating the office. What I want to see is, before I make my decision, is next the second reading, is what was the revenues coming in that time with the 7 employees that you had, 17 employees you have now, how many revenue have been coming into that office? That will tell me is being self-sustained. Now, I believe the funding was not going directly to UCC. You say with this ordinance, it will correct that. Now, why not correct that first and see if it works, and then start raising the fees, right? So there's no, trust me, you're going, okay, we need this money, but now we're going this way, now we're going that way. I don't feel comfortable, especially, this is not telling me that you're going to grandfather individuals that already put projects in the division. You're going to now enforce those projects already in there to adjust their financial because you increase the fees. You understand what I'm saying? So now, if this will start for new projects, it's totally different, but it's not. You're going to take the old project and submit the new fee on it, all right? But you say no, but I haven't seen the real numbers. Madam Director, with all due respect, you know, you was fishing for answer from your colleagues, you know, your worker, to see how many employees you have, how much this one revenue comes, and this and that, without coming with a straight numbers. And that means that you guys sit only to look at the table, how much the fee was before and how you want it now, instead of justifying those fee and what it's going to bring is really into conclusion. I don't know if it will change my mind for the second reading for this moment, and my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Director, there's many requests that came before. Please try to provide all that information to all the council members, work it through your committee so that we can get through second reading. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5 in favor, 2 against, and 2 absent. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of September 16, 2025.
Madam Clerk, items 3 and 7, please. Together. Item 3 and 7 together.
Item number 3 and 7, I will read item number 3 first. Ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces on county roads. And you don't want the list, want me to read this list?
Just read the
short list.
Just read the title and the resolution number.
Okay. Well, it doesn't have a resolution number because it's a first reading ordinance.
Just read the title.
Okay.
And state that it includes the county and city roads.
It includes the street addresses. Okay. Then item number 7, no public hearing required. Ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations.
Moved by Council President Mims. Second by Councilman Omar and Councilman Khalid.
3 and 7.
For repealing 3 and 7. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Roll call on items 3 and 7 for approval on first reading. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes?
Yes, you voted yes.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Councilman Udine? Councilman Velez is out. Okay. Council President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 2 absent, 3 absent, I'm sorry. Item number 3 and 7 are approved for first reading. Approved for first reading.
Items 4, 5, and 6 to be read all together, Madam Clerk. Title
Sure.
only for first reading. For establishing handicap.
Yes. Item 4, 5, and 6. Item number 4 is an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. It's a public works item. And item number 5, sorry. Okay. Ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces on various locations on city roads. And we have item number 6, ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on county roads.
Moved by Councilman Khalid. Second by Councilman Omar. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on establishing handicap parking spaces for items 4, 5, and 6.
Roll call on items 4, 5, and 6 for approval on first reading. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Items 4, 5, and 6 are approved for adoption on first reading. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of September 16th, 2025.
Motion to close the, item number 52, Madam Clerk, we will table it. We need to, for item number 52, we need to request that the owner is present due to the call to service. I know there was a miscommunication for this meeting, but for our next meeting, we would definitely need to have that there. Motion to close.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Khalid, second by Councilman Omar.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
One, I don't understand how we're getting ready. We're still conducting business. We don't have a BA here. We don't have a corporation counsel here. I get that there's, you know, somebody, he has to use the bathroom, but I mean, somebody has to be here. You know, before we even begin to close, I need to, I have some concerns that needs to be answered by the BA. Can you see if the BA is in the hallway, please? Oh, he's in the restroom as well? Okay. So, yeah.
Yes, there's a motion and a second on the floor to close.
Yeah, I call for discussion.
But you're waiting for someone that's not present. We don't know how long they're going to be in the bathroom.
So we can't close,
Is there a call to
we can't close the
question?
discussion if I can't.
If we get a call to
can't have a
question, we
discussion.
can. Is there a call to question?
Well, first
to
of all,
move
the meeting
forward?
the meeting should halt once the BA is not
Is there a call to
present.
question on the floor so we can move forward?
Yes, the call to question is, our code says for when through operations, we have a representative from the administration there, meaning the BA. The BA is responsible for being here. If I have a question for him, we can't just close the meeting without my question being answered because he had to relieve himself. We could wait till he gets back. I mean, you know, and I get it. I mean, he has to use the bathroom. I have no issue with that, but just moving forward to rush the meeting closed, you know, it's not appropriate. We won't be here again until a month and a half from now.
There's a call to question on the floor, meaning to move forward. Madam Clerk, continue the roll call, please.
Roll calls to adjourn the meeting.
What was the answer to the call to question?
When there's a
to the point of order,
question, when a
Council
call to
President.
question is called,
You're
that means
you're supposed to answer
that means
to
you
the
go
point
to
of
the
order.
next person. That means Councilman Khalid is the next person for roll call.
Nobody, we haven't started a roll call. We didn't call
We started it. Councilwoman Cotton voted yes.
She did not vote. We didn't call
Oh, you
for a
didn't-
roll
oh.
call. We're not in roll call. We're still in discussion. Anyway, first of all, Councilman Khalid made a gesture today with regard to the mercantile. This council, again, according to our code, we're supposed to operate and function as the Board of Health. All of the inappropriate activity that's been going on at the Board of Health, whether mercantile license is a perfect example of that. But, Mr. BA, it's been brought to my attention that the division within the Health Department for the lead inspectors, they haven't been working full days. They've been coming in, punching in the morning, and then leaving because of whether it is inadequate air conditioning in that division or such. But I've been getting a lot of complaints from residents that are saying that they have not been able to obtain re-rental certificates and things of that nature because they can't schedule for lead inspections. So I would like to have an answer on that. I mean, I know you can't do it today, but you can reply to me via email. But this selective operational situations is not appropriate. And I want to make this last suggestion. Whether or not the administration sees fit, I think as a council we need to see fit and hire a professional to come in and do a survey of this facility. This is now the third person I know of. We lost two that have been dealing with and managing cancer. Obviously, you know, there was a time when there was some work going on downstairs, and we did not allow for those employees to be relocated out of the building when there was asbestos being removed from this building. So I would like to get a report on that, on how many employees were left working in the building while the asbestos was being removed. And if the administration cares to do it, or as a council body, because again, it's equal powers, we should take the objective to evaluate the facilities because people are working here every day and their lives could be at jeopardy. So if you want to move on now, Council President, I have no problem with that.
Thank you, Councilman. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close.
Roll call to adjourn the meeting of August 19, 2025. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to the listening audience that I did attend funeral services for our Madam Clerk. Outstanding. She was an outstanding person. And I said, when I spoke at the funeral, I said she looked out for all 9 council members. So with the family, I just want to give them my condolences again. She would truly, truly be missed here with all the hard work that she's done. Also, I want to bring up to the point where, about the water, I want to thank all elected officials, everybody in the community, all of you out there who put forth the hand of helping our community with the water crisis that we had and that we still continue to have. I just want to say also that it's still not over with yet, but I want to commend especially our OEM director, Troy Ayers. Him, Passaic Valley Water, some of our DPW people, some of our fire department people were rolling in 16, 18-hour days for 10 days, 11 days. They're still doing it because it's not completely over with yet. They're still placing pipes in. They're questioning, and I said that when it's still not completely done, and I know our director and Troy Air, I want to commend you. You did an outstanding job, and you're still doing an outstanding job, and that you will provide the reports that will be needed by all people in the community in the city of Paterson. They, and putting in 18 hours a day for the last 10 days, 11 days, replacing hundreds of feet of pipes, working 18 hours, going home for 4 hours to get something to eat, come back home, come back 4 or 5 hours later. So I just want to commend all of you that done that. Like I said, Troy Ayers, the OEM department, Passaic Valley Water, and all the stuff that had been discussed will be discussed. It will be discussed. And things is not finished yet. Reports will start to come in because everything is not finished yet. Troy, I just want to commend you for your outstanding job that you've done, and you will continue to do, and you will do it all the way to the end. And I just want to say to all my council colleagues and all the community out there, everything that you do, like everybody sometimes doesn't need to know everything that's being done, but to the community, in certain areas, we still on the boil water alert. Just look at the map closely. I know, which I didn't understand either, that I am south of Broadway, so meaning that where I live, Councilwoman Mims, we're in the boil water alert in our area. Going past the other way towards 14th Ave, 15th Ave on Broadway is not in the boil water alert. So please, community, look at the map to see where. And for all those that came out tonight, and like the young lady, I gotta say that people, no children are watching, because when that little girl told me that I saw you on TV, and she's only watching because her mother and father's watching, so they see that. But also, I want to just mention too again that Passaic Valley Water has been replacing water main lines. They have been for the last 2 years. They have been replacing water mains. So reports will be coming out. Troy Ayers, I want to commend you again. To all you out there, community, thank you for all that you do. Thank you for all what you continue to do. I just want to do a special shout out to Black Lives Matter, Ellie Thomas, Mature Sister Sharonda Roberts, setting up the showers over there at Kennedy High School, and for everybody who put in and who did something, who delivered to people's homes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like someone said before, God sees what you do. If nobody else does, God does. So thank you very much, community, for everything that you do. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I too want to give credit where credit is due. I appreciate all the work done by everybody, not just Troy Ayers, but by the entire department. But I will say this, the residents deserve proper representation. and we're not getting that. Because the very first thing, considering the crisis, Mr. B.A., you know, if you take note of this, we should have had a presentation brought to the public by the OEM director, by yourself, by the mayor, realistically, on what exactly happened. But the OEM director should have been giving us an account of what was spent, what was being supplied, who was being responsible for it. We should have had how many cases of water. We should have had a full report that was given publicly to the public on everything that was done. Furthermore, I'm asking this council, we should have a committee of the whole meeting with all of the appointees from Paterson that represent the Passaic Valley Water Commission, and we should have a full report on. We can't just go out, yeah, they have been replaced. What people know is there was a line that broke. We lost, how many gallons of water did we lose in our reservoir? How much did we lose relative to days of service? How many people were out of service? And furthermore, how much is it going to cost? And we should have projections based on the budget and operations of the Water Commission as well. There should be a presentation given to the public. The entire city was impacted. We're all over the national news, and we're still not being responsible. How many lengths of pipe was replaced? What's the size of the pipe? We should have pictures.
I got some pictures. I'll send them to you, Mayor, Councilman.
Councilwoman Cotton.
I'm finished.
We should have pictures
It's not over.
of the site. We should have pictures of what's been replaced. We should have aerial shots from a drone, from wherever. But we have to start being more accountable to our residents. We're not, because the residents don't come out enough and state that this, or make demands on these things, but in other communities they do. So that's the first thing. Relative to council members understanding our role, even city officials, because the first day that the distribution of water was being done, yeah, everybody was welcome to have it. But when I went to various departments with the expectations of having water delivered, and this goes back to Councilman Mims's commentary earlier, the initial consensus was, we don't take care of those buildings because they're privately owned. It wasn't until 5 days later that the mayor or whomever felt it necessary to require for the Water Commission to supply the tankers to be able to supply water for people to be able to flush their toilets. That would have been that was a much more responsible thing to do. It wasn't until Frank Filippelli was riding around giving away water for people to flush their toilets, and I did a live post 5 days later after we was telling people from the towers we can't bring them water. We were telling Coat Arms and Triangle Village we can't bring them water because they're privately owned. It was council members saying it. It was members of the administration saying it. Even the mayor was going around saying it. If we are responsible for providing a service to all the community, we don't just get to say we don't get to do that because it's privately owned. Yes, I agree there should be some level of accountability to those owners, especially in the towers. The UCC department should have went there to visit and saw the conditions, and if nobody could flush the toilet, in order to open a building, you got to have working plumbing. So if your plumbing stops working, therefore, the building should be shut down. Those landlords should have been required to either provide that water or put all their residents up in a hotel, just as if it was a fire. So I'll leave that there. That's us being irresponsible. I will say this to the Murray family, listen, you'll be very hard-pressed to find another person as beautiful as Miss Jackie Murray. And I'm not talking about just her exterior, but her, the beauty that she exhumed from her personality and her interactions with everyone. It's a very rare occurrence to come across someone like this, someone who takes consistent abuse, and yet always does, takes it in with a smile and continues to, render support to everyone who actually does abuse her. I want to give credit to those members of the council and various members who did not show up and try to put on a show after, definitely being a part of this mistreatment. And I'll just say this, just as humans, but as men, when we sit back and watch people be abused, and even if it's not us doing it, and just not stand up when that happens, and then some of us that even showed up as if we had a true concern for that person, it's rather embarrassing, and it's just enlightening on where how far people will go with their evil intent. But Council President, I hope that we can make a decision on that, and maybe at our next meeting, cast a vote that her picture, forever be placed on the walls of this chambers and never allowed to be removed. I think at the very least, she deserves that. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, I appreciate the time. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Good night, everyone. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Omar.
So before I do vote, I just want to thank more than a few people, and if I miss anybody, I apologize. But yes, I do want to commend all my council colleagues, Councilman Cotton, Council President, our Vice President, Councilman Kalik. Your team was out there during the crisis. Councilman Uden, your team was out there till 3 in the morning. I commend you on that. Councilman Velez also. And then a few other organizations and a few other people, Mutual Sisters, Black Lives Matter, the fire department, OEM Troy Ayers, as my council colleague, Councilman Jackson stated. Frank Filippelli was driving around with this pickup truck with a big water gallon and just giving people water. And a big shout out to Mike Ramaglia and his team, because they delivered, I think I might be off, but it's close to 7 trailers, over 150 pallets of water. Thank you, future Commissioner Mike Ramaglia. It's been sincerely appreciated by all our colleagues, and also to a few of our Board of Ed commissioners like Hector Nieves and Joel Ramirez. They were out there giving out water. And it was just a cumulative effort by the city of Paterson. I know Council President reached out to me, go here, go there. I did. I had one of my residents tell me, hey, my mom needs water. And while I was on the way there, she said, oh, never mind, Councilman Jackson gave it to her. So, everybody did their part. And that's how we pull through and get through tough times here in the city. And with that being stated, good night, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Uden.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before I close today's meeting, I would like to express my sincere condolences to Madam Clerk, Morris family, and I'm extremely sorry that I was not able to attend the funeral because I was out of the state and came back actually yesterday. So, but I missed her. When she was appointed to the appointed as a clerk of the city, she knows, and those who are in the meeting is in our office, close to her. They know that how much I was for her to make sure that she get appointed, and she actually served with her heart and soul, and she set an example. But it is very unfortunate that she's not with us. But her legacy, her works, it will be an example for all of us in the future clerk for the city of Paterson. Again, I'd like to commend everyone, all the individuals, organizations that came up during the water crisis. It was not the time they're pointing fingers, but I really appreciate all the support that came up. People came up from their own self to stand by the community members. And this is a strength, and when we're united in certain situation. And who I personally get supported by, I like to commend them personally. I would say BD Supermarket, 7 days from 10 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the morning. disturbed usage water with no limit. And we don't know how many thousands of gallons of water are distributed from that location. For usage, home delivery water, we went to one of my friend's house on Maitland Avenue, and my colleague from Paterson Public School, Fatma Chowdhury and Shafiq Chowdhury. Every day we have collected 400 to 600 gallons of water from their house for home deliveries. From Freshwell Supermarket, we got over 800 cases of water for distribution, and so many other organizations that came up. As my council colleagues mentioned, that Pacific Valley Water Commission also distributed. Mike Ramaglia came up big time and supported our community members. Our council colleagues also shown their support, and they did their level best to support the community members. So I really appreciate all the efforts that are done during this crisis. But again, at the same time, we have to remember that we don't want to see the similar crisis in the future. Those aging pipes should be reevaluated, and Pacific Valley Water Commission needs to give us a clear idea that what's our infrastructure, which one should be replaced, and what are the works that are scheduled, and what should be done in the near future or not. So that kind of like advanced knowledge should have for not occurring certain situation that Paterson experienced recently. With that note, again, Paterson, thank you for allowing to serve us. And again, I totally forgot about 50 plus volunteers from different high school colleges. And I always say Generation Z is amazing, hardworking. And some of the kids were working from since early morning until late night. And I'm grateful to them and to their parents for allowing the children to come up and be supportive on certain situations. So I'm grateful to every single individual that came out. With that being said, Madam Clerk, thank you very much for everything. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I echo the sentiment of my colleagues, and I'm not going to mention all the names that they mentioned. I echo also a big thank you to all of them, to all the organization that was mentioned today at this meeting regarding the effort of the water supply and distribution of the resources that they have in place. I want to say thank you to Councilwoman Ruby Kine. I know that she is a commissioner for the Water Commission, and I don't need no more report. I have a direct one from her, and she always details us any situation that's going on in the Water Commission. Also, I want to say thank you to Assemblyman Abdelaziz, our Senator Benji Wimberly, and also Shavonda Sumter for the communications sent to the Governor of New Jersey regarding and the assistant of the governor regarding the water main break in the city of Paterson. Also, I want to send a big thank you to our Congresswoman Nellie Poe, knowing that she was taking care international agendas and her duties as a Congresswoman to fight for all of us on and abroad the United States. A big thank you, because her communication also was noted with the officials of the Water Commission and those individuals involved to make sure the operation goes fine. Also, I want to thank the legal department to be always diligent into making sure that the law was followed and that no precaution comes back to the city. I have to commend that legal department that always there looking for the benefit of our city member. That if other things had to be done probably better, but in an emergency is an emergency. And the action that comes forward is the one that we commend. Like I said it before, the OEM, Troy Hayes, did a great job with the resource that the Water Commission gave him in hand to do it around the city. And this is a lesson. When things comes in the way they, in the fashion that comes in, that we don't predict, we wake up in the morning, we find the situation, and this side work towards the communication with the community. Councilwoman Mims, I want to thank you for keeping us, the council members, in the highlight of every day, every moment that was going on in the city, and making sure that that it worked properly. I did a screenshot of something here, and I just saw it. The Paterson Fire Department in New Jersey, from August 8th up to today, the Paterson Department responded, fired 1,299 total incidents, okay? 1,299 incidents, 26 reported building fires, and 5 structures fires since the start of the water emergency. So they was working, and we always was praying that a not big incident happened in the city, but they was working out there, and I commend the fire department, also the Paterson police, to assist all of them to do the right thing. So saying that, once again, my condolence goes to the Murray family, and everybody knows how I feel. So I don't want to repeat it again. So saying that, Madam Clerk, thank you for your service, and all the secretaries in the office for the service, and also for the police department that was here assisting and not guarding the fire alarms. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman.
The
Council
meeting,
President.
sorry.
So to the community, as we go to close this meeting on tonight, once again, my heartfelt condolences goes to our amazing Madam Clerk, Jacqueline D. Murray, which I called her Diva. There are a few things that have been done, so I wanted to openly state them once again. We have the buntings that are hanging on every building. Councilman. We have the buttons that are hanging on every building throughout the city. The flags are at half-staff for 30 days. We have a memorial that is downstairs when you walk in the city hall on the first floor with a wreath that represents the black, gold, and the green of her nationality from Jamaica. On the third floor, we have 2 tables set, one with the black cloth that is being replaced with flowers every week. We're thankful for our Madam Jane Williams Warren, our former mayor, who did it one week, Madam Sonia Gordon, who came in another week, and then in the middle table, there is another photo that was done by Minister David Riley with different photos and shots of her that is in the middle. The request, Councilman Jackson, thank you so much. That request is already being done. So there's 2 things. We will have a picture that will be in here, with a wreath that will hang in the chambers from now until eternity. And then there will be the other picture that will hang in the clerk's office that will show forth her picture right where the other clerks are identified on the wall, so that we will not forget her. Once the family is ready, I've spoken to her husband and her daughter. We will do a memorial service, but as I've stated to many people, we follow the direction of the family. When there is a loss and people are in grieving, you wait for the family before you move forward. So once we get the green light to do that, there will be a memorial service on her behalf. For the water crisis, Councilman Jackson, you're correct. Myself, Council Vice President Davila, we have spoken to the mayor, Fireman Troy Ayers, who is our OEM coordinator, Jim Mullen, who's the COO for Passaic Valley Water Commission. There will be a full press conference with our commissioners will be present. They will be sent a request, Councilwoman Cotton, Carmen, as well as Mr. Levine. And even if the other commissioners want to be present, and then it will be sent to the council members, so there will be a press conference. We're not pushing the press conference to happen right now because it's not completed, it's not finished. and we do not want to divulge out half of the details until everything is final. They have sealed off and resolved the 30-inch pipe. They are still working on the 24-inch pipe. They've given a date, but I don't want to give that out to the community because things can happen. So once that is totally completed, there will be a full press conference to the community that will clearly outline, led by our OEM coordinator and the mayor and the CEO of Passaic Valley Water Commission, with all those present as they asked us to come to that press conference to detail all of the things that happened, what they found, how much water was lost, and those things will take place. That request has already been made, but as of today, there's still a boil water advisory in effect for certain areas, and they have not yet totally resolved the 24-inch. So once that is resolved, there will be a final report that will come out with all details. It will be open, and then if people need to get the additional information, they can make that request. I want to say that we are not violating the sunshine law tonight. We are closing before 12. So thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to our Secretary, to our BA Corporation Counsel, to Raphael, and as well as our police officers and all of those that have come out. And in closing, Mature Sisters, Black Lives Matter, Sigma, Gamma Rho, I think they came out. It was so many people that helped during the water crisis that you may forget someone. I know I saw Malachi's Mission. There were so many people out there that were assisting. So if your name was not called, charge it to the head and not the heart. We probably don't have a full, robust list because so many people, Sheba, Thomas, I have to give you a big shout out. And so many people were helping. As soon as they saw us out there all times of the night, they were like, well, what can we do? And they were just taking cases, right? I called Councilman Omar. I was like, can you take it to these houses? They can't walk, whatever. And he was going in and going up steps and doing his thing. So to everybody that participated and helped in a crisis, it shows the true gem of the residents that live in the great city of Paterson. When we're in a crisis, we rise to the occasion and we don't get flooded in the waters. So I want to say thank you to everybody that came together, collaborated, and made it happen. And in closing, although you may not see everyone saying stuff sitting here, it does not mean that they're not asking questions. We have committee meetings where a lot of questions are asked, where things are being challenged and done. That's why we're attaching the committee meeting reports to the back of the agenda so that you can see that we are meeting. These items are not just placed here, but there's some great discussion going on in our committee meetings, and I challenge our council members to please attend the committee meetings that you are assigned. Madam Clerk, with that being stated, it's time to go home. I got work in the morning. God bless you. Ryan, I love you. IT, I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you, Council
My vote
President.
is yes.
Thank you.
Council President, before Madam Clerk calls the vote, just for a point of clarity, I understand we already know the mayor's going to do a press conference. What I'm talking about is a committee of the whole where the council has the ability to question.
We don't have a quorum. We had
I
a quorum
understand
to
that.
close, but we don't have one now.
Well, I understand that, but the council
So at
has
the point where there's no
ability
quorum, we have
question.
the meeting is adjourned.
The meeting doesn't adjourn. That means it can't close it.
No,
We
it
don't have a quorum,
closed.
we can't close it.
It closed because I voted. So
She
the
didn't call it.
Everyone voted.
We voted, so the
Yeah.
meeting is closed.
The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. The regular meeting of August 19, 2025
If
is
you're doing a
hereby
press
adjourned.
conference-
Good night,
Thank you.
Patterson.
If you're
And
doing
good
a press
night, our
conference, I don't
beloved
understand why you're getting so
City
upset.
Clerk Jacqueline Murray.
The call for a committee of the whole so they